Jesus, come here. Okay. My internet cut out. Annoying. The squirrels. It's always the squirrels. Alright. Okay. We are good to go. Yeah, my internet cut out. Just randomly. I don't know why. Like my entire internet, like my whole Wi-Fi. So it wasn't anything we were doing. Luckily. Luckily, nothing on my end. Wait, where did my thing go? So we're just gonna wait a little bit for everybody to get back in. Yes, my internet went out. My internet went out. So please re-like the live stream. That would mean a lot to me. And we will get back to where we were at as soon as more people get in. All is good. All is good, my friends. Just a little bit of a hiccup. Really annoying. Mostly annoying. Yes, we are back. Hey, Ontology Dragon, good to see you. Yes, we're back. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, YouTube kind of sucks with notifications. Very much so. But anyways, yes, we shall continue here. Help your neighbors get back. Help your neighbors come back to the stream. Luckily, we weren't stopped for any, like, copyright reasons. Poopy, poopy, poopy. Poopy, poopy, scoopy. Scoopy, scoopy, poopy. Poopy, poopy, scoopy. Lee! Yay, thanks for coming back. We are back on air, my friend. Poopy, poopy, scoopy. I'm irritated. I mean, I'm fine. I'm just, like, annoyed. Like, why does my net have to cut out completely? It was my internet. Like, my actual Wi-Fi just, like, decided to, like, reset itself without telling me first. The squirrels are at it again. I hate, like, the town I live in is beautiful. It's just, like, so rustic and, like, in the woods. So it's, like, I don't know. When it comes to internet and power, like, I'm just kind of SOL. It's always something. Always a outage. Always an internet outage. Nope, it's me. It's on my end. It's not you. It's I feel like I just like I'm explaining a breakup. Like it's not you, it's me. It's not your connection. It's my connection. It failed. It just went out. And we just can't stay connected anymore, okay? It's over. Alright. I ain't reading anything, so I think I'm safe to take off my glasses. You lowered the Never. If you have to lower the quality of the stream, just like immediately like exit. There is no lowering of the quality of the stream. I'm joking, of course. Alright, my friends. We were like halfway through this like Pedro Pascal thing because he's just so fucking hilarious.
In The Mandalorian, have you ever called Grogu Baby Yoda?
Yes! But never on camera.
He's telling the truth.
Hey, Mark, thanks for coming by. And thank you so much for the super chat. That's so nice of you. Oh. We gotta, like, fast forward through this. There's like, okay, so there's like 6 minutes of this left, and then we're gonna get back to the video we were watching.
Do you think you're sexier than this man? 2020 sexiest man alive, Michael B. Jordan?
Not a chance. He's a good-looking dude.
What about this man? 2021 sexiest man alive, Paul Rudd?
Am I sexier than this guy? I don't know. He's got beautiful eyes. Maybe I've got a better smile. I would say we're neck and neck.
He's telling the truth.
You have a great smile, Paul Rudd. You're gorgeous.
Can you give us your sexiest look? Your Instagram name is Pascal is Punk. Do you consider yourself a punk?
Yes, I do. That was a typo, actually. I meant to write Pascal is a punk when I created the Instagram account that I expected 12 people to follow for the rest of my life. And then it was Pascal is punk. I never knew what a big deal it would turn into, so I just never changed it, and I just can't be bothered to change it now.
Do you enjoy punk music?
Yeah.
Can you name 3 punk bands?
3 punk bands, the Misfits, the Germs, I don't know, the Clash.
Yeah, okay.
You have 2.4 million followers on Instagram. Are you disappointed it's not 2.5 million?
Yes.
Will you share this video on Instagram?
Will I share this video on Instagram? I'll think about it.
You're also very active with fans on Twitter. Do you search for your name?
Yes! yeah, I know. Sometimes.
Do you think this makes you self-absorbed?
I think it makes me weak.
What's the strangest thing someone has said about you on social media?
What's the strangest thing somebody has said about me on social media? One time I read that somebody said that I looked like Orlando Bloom if he was hit in the face with a shoe.
Do you agree?
Sometimes. He's a good-looking guy.
You had a Twitter interaction with a fan claiming you are not short. Do you stand by that statement?
I'm average height. I'm 5'11", naked, 6 foot, with some good shoes.
Naked?
Yeah, he's telling the truth.
Have you ever listened to Pedro Pascal, the podcast all about Pedro Pascal?
No. But I will.
Have you seen the Pedro Pascal laughing crying meme?
Yes.
Do you think there should be more memes based on your emotions?
No.
Do you think your face is memeable?
Sure. Yeah, anybody's face is memeable.
Can you give us a few examples?
Like, make faces for you? That's my sexy face. I just found it.
Some consider your mustache to be iconic. Do you think you have a better mustache than this man, Henry Cavill?
Not even close, dude. Not even close. I don't even necessarily grow a full mustache. I get away with what I can.
Or this man, Burt Reynolds?
Not even close.
No! No one could come close to
one.
Burt Reynolds.
Number 1.5. You're a close second to Burt, Henry.
What about this man, Nick Offerman?
And okay, sorry. And then this guy steps in and takes the number 1 spot. Out of nowhere,
Yeah,
Nick Offerman.
come on.
Best facial hair I've ever seen on a man. And the greatest head of hair.
Can you honestly tell me you have a better mustache than this man, Sam Elliott?
Son.
Never.
Also, incredible head of hair, incredible mustache. Yes. I am far beneath all of these mustaches. You've made your point.
That's such a funny sentence to say. I am far beneath all these mustaches.
Who's a bigger daddy, you or this man, Oscar Isaac?
I'm a bigger daddy than him. I'm older than him. Although he's a real daddy. He's got kids and I don't. But daddy is a state of mind, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm your daddy.
Yes.
You and Oscar Isaac are friends. Can you give me his number?
Give Oscar Isaac your number? Absolutely.
He's lying.
What if I give you this, a $10 bill?
I'll take it. And I'll give Oscar Isaac your number.
Thanks. Oscar calls you his sweet girlfriend. Do you have a nickname for him as well?
Yeah, but I can't say it. That's my answer. Some things must stay sacred. I've had enough. Take your money back.
Do you think it's weird that he eats Cheetos with chopsticks?
Yeah, I do think it's weird.
No, that's actually genius. Eating Cheetos with chopsticks. I am now eating Cheetos with chopsticks. Thank you.
His nickname
and
is
good
Poopy
night.
Pants.
No, that's not the truth.
You'll never know. You'll never know.
Oscar recently said, in a fight between Moon Knight and Din Djarin, Moon Knight would win. Do you agree?
Ridiculous. Moon Knight may win at Scrabble, but not a fight.
Oscar also said, and it doesn't matter if Pedro would agree or not, because it's just a fact. You can't argue facts.
Okay.
Do you want to formally challenge?
Let's go back. So Jessie Gender's talking about like somebody that she deems as a positive masculine role, and Pedro Pascal has come up.
Or nerding out about Star Trek, or talking about what certain video games mean to us, or nerding out about Star Trek. It's just cool to talk passionately with someone else and have them recognize my shared passion too without overriding it or downplaying it. That's honestly very attractive. Who would have thought? I can't tell you the number of dates that I've been on and had a dude, often a cis dude, try to explain to me the inner workings of a Galaxy-class starship as if I was too silly to understand it, thinking that I could never understand what real Star Trek was. Like, dude, I've forgotten more about Michael Okuda's starship schematics than you will ever know. I know about the rubber ducky room. Do you? A man who will share in the love of knowing about the rubber ducky room on the Enterprise D and is as excited that I can bring it up that they are in having known that knowledge and not feel emasculated about that fact. That's really cool. And I'll be very frank here. It's not just romantic or platonic or emotional, but physical too. I like having sex, quite obviously if you see my videos, and being physically close to men specifically. When they see me in partnership with them in that space, not just as an object to be used. We in our society try to push this idea of an alpha male, hypermasculine, sexual Chad image, as if that's what's most desirable. But I don't really find that desirable at all. Maybe every once in a while, if I'm feeling weird, but for me, actually, one second, I have a poster of this. Men like Pedro Pascal are the cutest men that I know in the public sphere right now to me. And Pedro Pascal isn't like a physically muscular dude. He's definitely fit, but he's not beefy either. And I'm attracted to his playfulness, his earnest kindness, his thoughtfulness, his nerdiness, and the fact that he is very confident that he is attractive.
Daddy is a state of mind, you know what I'm saying? I'm your daddy.
And so now I have new posters to put up. Because I'm weird like that. And I'm using the public-facing example of Pedro Pascal because I don't want to talk about people that I know in my real life or things like that. But being open, I've had sex and romantic relationships with many types of men. And honestly, the super muscular dudes that I've had those relationships with, frankly, don't do much for me. I mean, honestly, the best sex that I've ever had was with a heavier set man years ago who just paid attention to me. And then I paid attention to him and we both had fun. And for myself, I see myself not run away from elements of who I am that I felt I needed to reject to be seen as a woman, but instead accepting parts of myself that others may see in this binary distinction of masculinity, but I don't really conceptualize that way. Creativity, confidence, strength, protectiveness, assertiveness, and a desire to take up space. These are core values of who I am. They are not antithetical to the idea of femininity, But neither do I feel the need to define them in masculine or feminine terms. I just see them as me. There is a beauty in humanity, and thus we find beautiful ways to make these things that try to pigeonhole us become beautiful too. The society around us tells us that masculinity and femininity are at odds or have to be opposed to each other, and yet ultimately these roles are unable to grasp the totality of human potential, of who human beings are wholly. And we all intrinsically feel that. And we try to define it in our own ways with the language that we are given.
So now like being into adulthood and having a little more control over like the people in my life, I don't know, I guess I've kind of moved on from that. I don't feel so much like disdain for masculinity anymore. And actually I'm starting to like kind of see myself in a lot of queer masculinity. I've been listening to like a lot of, you know, bands with like gay singers or whatever, and kind of like hearing their self-expression being like, oh my God, that's so graceful, that's so elegant. And it's not, you know, something that I think I'll return to in any substantial way. I'm very happy as a femme. I guess just sum up my feelings on masculinity. It's like, good for them, not my thing.
Yeah.
I see men who walk this path towards dehumanization and hatred and anger and violence. And I struggle with knowing that that happens. Don't get me wrong, I will fight to protect the vulnerable, the people that those violent men often do damage to. I know, or at least work to always know, where my energy must go and who I must advocate for, and that's the most vulnerable among us, those upon whom violence is often enacted upon. But I struggle because I understand very clearly the path that those who cause those violences are walking. Because I walked the same path for a long time. And I also struggle even with the fact that even though I've written and tried to articulate in this video, there will be those who will watch this and not have any empathy for me, but just see me as hating upon men. I don't hate these men. I understand them. And I do wish to do what I can to stop those on that path and give them a better one, to show them a better one, because I was shown one by sheer chance of who I am. Yet, sadly, I know I can't always be that for them because they see me as the soy boy feminized by the leftist agenda. I try my best, though. I want that for them. But to many, I'm the enemy, the cautionary tale, or a version of the Matrix that they long for but can't escape. Or they think they're empathizing with me by sexualizing me, desiring me. I get those messages a lot too. I get a lot of men reaching out who are angry and say, oh, I find you very attractive, and I don't know what to do with that, but I just wanted to let you know that you're hot, and would you send me messages back? Again, receptacles for anger. And I see a lot of trans women, especially white trans women, being seen as de-radicalizers of young alt-right men, because we often see ourselves in them to a degree. I'm not saying that that's where we should put our energy. Again, it's confusing and complicated, but I do know that that is an impulse that I see many in my community have. We make men small by lying to them that they are large by themselves.
Yeah, that's interesting.
How sad it is that men can see another human being before them and not see a person, not see the potential for connection and all that it brings with it. Learning, growing, discovery, joy. That you can be made better by human bonds. I want so desperately to have them understand. I sit in this liminal space between understanding, being seen as a victim, and being myself. It's a complicated space, and one I'm not sure I can ever fully resolve emotionally. I don't think any of us can when we live in a world like this. So I wrote this video to express empathy and its limits, and hope it's heard by those looking for a path out, in the same spirit in which I said it. For me, manhood is becoming less personally relevant, either as something to describe myself as, what I am not, or something to describe myself against. I'm just me today, and some aspects of me can be described as masculine, some as feminine, but honestly, those words don't help me anymore. But for some, they might. Saying they are a man and understanding themselves as a man, it helps them know who they are, or even what they are not. And that's a beautiful, amazing thing.
I hope that people just have the freedom to explore. I remember being on a podcast like 2-3 years ago now, and the person who had me on, brought up, I think it was like a study from California at the time that said something like 40% of high school students were identifying as some form of trans or non-binary. And, this person brought it up, and she was like, how do you feel about that? Does that concern you? I'm like, no, that's great. And I say that knowing that a decent percentage of those people in another 5 years are going to start identifying as cisgender, and they're going to identify as the gender they were assigned at birth again. But they should be allowed that journey. What I want and what I hope for is that people are just allowed to have their journey wherever that takes them. And if that takes you right back to where you started, great, because now you can be back where you started, confident and secure in the knowledge that that's where you're supposed to be, because you explored around and you tried somewhere else. You moved back to your hometown because you realized, you know what, I'm happier here. That's fine.
Yes.
But
that's beautiful.
I just want people to feel safe and confident that it's okay to explore and discover themselves.
Fuck yes.
We live in a world and a society that tells us that manhood is a prescriptive term. Something to live up to become, to be. The same with womanhood. Yet with manhood, it's a status to attain. A goalpost we, and by we I mean everyone, not just men, will never reach. And yet many of us realize that that version of manhood will never be attainable because we never could have attained it in the first place. But many cisgender men feel that not only can they attain it, but that they must attain it or be failures. And to be a failure in a society that is so callous that it disregards anyone deemed to be even slightly less than who they are supposed to be to serve the system, these men constantly face anxiety. And it comes out in anger, abuse, hatred, self-hatred, violence, self-violence, and depression.
What if we stop seeing masculinity as its own gravity well and black hole that we constantly orbit, but see gender and self as a galaxy upon which masculinity is but one center of gravity among numerous, one part of many different planets of gender and self that we can find ourselves orbiting, and feel many of their gravitational pulls more strongly. And some of us will actually feel it so strongly that we'll land and live and build a home on these different planets. Build a life. Some will never land on these planets and just orbit around and find joy in that as well. And some will just free float throughout the galaxy, exploring what they can, and enjoying themselves out in the vastness of space, and loving what they can find and explore. And what if beyond that we realize that there are actually two versions of masculinity? One version of masculinity is that black hole that sucks into it, consuming more and more only for itself, only growing bigger because it has a need to consume and take up space in competition with all others, wanting to take up the entirety of the galaxy with its mass. But the other masculinity is actually a lush, verdant planet, one that is centered on protection and growth and strength of the heart and soul. And what if we realized that that black hole version of masculinity was actually mislabeled as such by a map maker who wished to trick explorers into feeding that gravity well by falling into it, so that he could be the only one that got to draw the map of the galaxy, with that black hole at its center? And what if we fire that map maker, and instead of feeding that gravity well by sacrificing more of our best explorers to it, we have them instead go and explore this lush new planet? What if we did that?
So, as we get to this final part of the video, I wish to say that it requires having watched the whole video. Not saying that you have to watch this whole entire thing. It's totally cool if you don't. It's a long-ass video, I get it. You don't owe me the time. But this next section has the potential to become the entire discourse surrounding this video, which I hope it doesn't. But if that is the case, then that discourse requires full context. Right after I finished the final edit of this video, a fellow video creator on YouTube here, Soul Bunny, released what I think is an important video. It's not perfect, it's not all-encompassing, and I'm sure there are apt critiques of it. But to me, the video overall is a very, very good one. And it's about how these us versus them narratives don't just get created in masculine-centered alt-right spaces, but can happen anywhere, even within leftist spaces, especially predominantly white leftist spaces. And the video itself is focused on racial issues within the online left space. But after that video came out, I realized that it was going to be yet another video that was seen by those that she was talking about in those spaces as an attack on them. Not just the creators themselves, but their audiences, as coming after them, rather than what the video, to me, was about, discussing patterns of behavior that Soul Bunny was constantly seeing in these spaces. And this is something that I see over and over and over again with especially marginalized creators. I saw it happening with myself way back a few months ago with the Hogwarts Legacy video I did, where I was called a bully for calling for a boycott in the video where I expressly did not call for a boycott, with people misrepresenting my words to frame it as me talking about or demanding something of someone, instead of what I was actually talking about in the video, discussing patterns of behavior and how our system constantly creates this us versus them narratives. Take this clip. Because all these controversies and conversations have all centered around whether or not you should support the Harry Potter franchise, about whether you should buy things like Hogwarts Legacy or any Harry Potter media. The question becomes, to buy or not to buy? Those are the only two options presented, and in this framing, to not buy the game is presented as a choice that is actively doing something. In truth, it's not. It's passive. It's neutral. You're quite literally not doing something. All you are doing is just not actively giving money, and more importantly, continued attention and relevancy to a hateful and harmful figure. The active choice is to buy the game, but not buying is a non-choice. It's doing nothing. And ultimately, what's deeply frustrating to me, and all of this on an individual level, is I personally have become known as the boycott Harry Potter person. This is what all the media around my tweets and the discourse that came out of Rowling were centered upon. It was what was written up in Forbes magazine and BuzzFeed and elsewhere. Jessie Gender is the proponent of boycotting Hogwarts Legacy and Harry Potter media. This is what I became known for, talked about in the context of. I am not dying on the boycott Harry Potter hill. Of all the things to discuss about Rowling, it is the least important one. Yet, these are the points that people want to take away from what I'm saying. And it goes to what I spoke about way earlier in this video, about how when people are called out and recognized.
I mean, it's a little bit of an interesting subject when you think about activism under capitalism, because if you're going to portray activism in a way where you either buy or don't buy something, it's, I mean, it may be cathartic, but boycotting purchasing something ultimately it's not going to solve the bigger issue. In the end, it may be cathartic, but boycotting purchasing something is, it's not the ultimate answer.
Is the behavior that is being discussed in them, behavior that they may at times express, instead of hearing that criticism, they instead react in anger at those talking about it, especially when they talk about specific people. Even when those calling them out are not doing so in vitriol or anger, but in a hope that those they talk about are those who perhaps display this same behavior elsewhere can do better. Because you can do better. And why would anyone, why would I waste my time making videos and doing work hoping people will do better if I didn't earnestly believe they could? That is why, after that video released, I tweeted, my next video will be about Vosh. Woo. Meaning this video. If you don't know who Vosh is, that's okay. Skip ahead to
I just kind of got into Vosh, but I got like really mixed feelings right off the bat. I'm not invested enough.
Next bit in this video, because it won't be relevant really. But if you do, and even more especially if you are a part of Vosh's regular audience, I want you to know that that tweet was meant to show something. Because, as should be evident, this video wasn't really about Vosh specifically at all.
It was about him in the sense that this discourse around what the left can do for men was in part started by him.
But I realized that after I finished it, that it was partially about those who watch him. It was about trying to talk to those who watch him, and creators in spaces like his who push their audiences to see marginalized folks who discuss these issues, including directly myself sometimes, as enemies, as an other, as someone who is coming after him, and then vicariously his audience feels as if we're going after them. And it's because I and others have tried to speak about creating a more constructive space, a space that is about building up and listening to communities outside of the ones that we are a part of. Not tearing each other down, but one that requires calling out issues with continual patterns of behavior. And I don't want to get into litigating specific experiences because it will just be a whole thing, and I'd recommend Soul Bunny's video for more specifics on those situations.
Briefly though, one thing that's worth quickly addressing that came up after I filmed this section of the video is a discussion that Soul Bunny's video sparked within the Black community. To be very clear, that is a conversation that I am not a part of and is not my place to have an opinion on, but just to listen to in any of the spaces that that community welcomes me into to just listen and learn within. One of those that I'd recommend is this video by FD Signifier, in which he facilitated conversations with people within the Black community that had varying opinions on the issue within Soul Bunny's video, both agreeing and disagreeing or just having complicated thoughts on that if you're curious to have a moment to learn for yourself. For me, listening to this entire conversation, I will say I've learned a lot, especially in how I should navigate these conversations in the future with my platform in ways that FD openly criticized within his video in a really fair and honest and I think wonderful way. There is no one definitive opinion, and it's not for me to go into another community to praise nor condemn nor opine on any of it because it's not my place to do any of that, and I would encourage anyone outside of that conversation to do the same. However, that conversation is but a piece of Soul Bunny's video, and to focus on that part alone feeds into a way to distract from her larger points that go beyond just this singular inter-community conversation, which no one within that community has a perfect answer to. Remember, all of us are imperfect people trying to imperfectly discuss how we all live in a system that demands perfection from everyone while it dehumanizes all of us and sets us against each other. But as we've been discussing this whole video, we also need to understand how we exist and navigate these conversations within said structures of power and understanding our places within it. Soul Bunny's video is well worth criticizing, but it's also worth listening to without singularly focusing on ways to dismiss it wholesale by using a singular conversation within a community that itself doesn't have a consensus on the issue.
But to stay on point, I didn't make this video as a takedown of Vosh. Yet, many took my tweet to mean that this video was going to be that. And I have to think possibly that the reason people thought that had to do with issues from months ago where Vosh spoke about me in his stream, but one which I have never said a damn thing publicly about Vosh, or any other streamers in that situation who honestly were much more antagonistic towards me than Vosh was. And to be clear, I don't have any personal issues with Vosh, at least none that I will talk about publicly and use for content, ever. I literally only have spoken directly about Vosh in one video where I wasn't talking about a situation involving me, where I critiqued him, but I also expressly said this. I will admit that there is a fear with me having made this video and centering it around Vosh as an example of it, that it might just devolve into our audiences attacking each other, like Vosh's fans attacking me or my audience going after Vosh back. But I don't want that to happen. Because ultimately I know that we're all ultimately within the same spaces and that our audiences often overlap. And that there are folks who I've spoken to who are in my audience who are dealing with the complexities of the conflicts within our leftist community and are trying to reconcile them both within themselves and within their favorite creators in this space. As I myself am trying to do. I am trying myself to dismantle my own sort of centralizing of transness and wanting to reach out and try to center other voices and other.
In case any of you are a little bit lost, Vosh in the past has made comments towards TERFs in defense of trans people, but he uses misogyny to do that. He uses, like, sexism to do that. So, like, he tweeted to J.K. Rowling that she should just, like, get back in the kitchen and shut up. And trans women are just kind of like, you know, like, that's great, you're trying to defend us, but that's not the way to do it. So that's the problem with Vosh, is that he's a proponent of using sexism to defend transphobia, or against transphobia, sexism against transphobia, and it's like, I mean, I get feeling like you want to give people a taste of their own medicine, but that's not helping the fight. It's not helping the conversation at all. In fact, it's kind of making things worse a little bit.
Other identities that intersect with issues that affect me, but don't directly affect me as a sort of middle-class white woman. So instead of us framing this whole conversation as, you know, me versus Vosh, or debate bros versus video essayists, let's use this instance to create conversations as best we can. And so ultimately, I wish everyone, even those who took issue with my points or felt I missed something here, I wish you all the best, and I wish to hear your thoughts, my friends. Yet, many assumed after that tweet that I had beef with him.
Some even went back to characterize.
Sure. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. Alright. I love my new headphones, but, like, they squeeze really tight on my head. Sometimes I'm just like, ugh. I haven't quite figured out how to set my system up to where I can just, like, not have headphones.
That video that I just showed you a clip from has a takedown piece of Vosh, when even Vosh himself, and fair to him, admitted that it was a good critique on one of his streams. Yet people assume still that I had beef.
And that this video would be about that beef. Would it be about litigating all the ins and outs and the tiny pieces and nuance, da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't care about any of that. I don't have beef. But the assumption that I did, and that this video was going to be me going on a moral high horse despite zero context, is what interests me. But what surprised me was, because my tweet had then been taken into this us versus them framing, was when people started to attack me, call me sick, slurs used against me, people saying I didn't care about transgenocide despite having made several videos on this channel about transgenocide and tweeted about it numerous times, and also the fact that trans people shouldn't have to make videos about our own genocide all the time. And I'm not calling those people out. Again, I'm not here to, you know, go about the drama or to say Vosh audience bad or Vosh bad or anything like that. The point I'm making is that by simply saying I was going to talk about someone who is often framed, and to be fair, been framed in constant antagonistic narratives, was instantaneously put into an us versus them narrative. And then anger and vitriol and hate was directed at me, when I have said nothing is part of this whole discussion. In actuality, I don't care about Vosh. I don't say that to be dismissive or to be cruel or to be mean or to be negative. I just honestly do not care about him. And you'll see why in a moment. I'm not here for drama because that's unproductive. I will never make a Vosh takedown video. In fact, I pledge right here and now I will never mention him again in a video, ever. But why I do mention him now is because of those I do care about. Who I do care about? Who I care about very deeply. are those in his audience, those in this online community that I am but a part of anyone who falls constantly into these us versus them narratives, not just on Bosch's channel or the Debate Me streamer sphere, but in video essay channels, in our personal day-to-day life, everywhere in our society.
The people who attacked me are the ones that I want to talk to hold a mirror to say, look at what you're saying here in the messages like the ones that I'm showing on screen, using sexism or denying my transness or ableist slurs towards me, an autistic woman, or using transphobic narratives of a trans woman being narcissistic, dehumanizing and sexualizing my body by using transphobic AGP narratives. I had someone subscribe to my Patreon to then create an AI-generated summary based on the YouTube-generated captions of this video that you're watching because they didn't wish to watch the whole thing, to then use that to assume I was stoking antagonism with the video. I also had people subscribe to my Patreon to get the video and then publicly post about it saying, how did we get the video? Well, we have spies everywhere, which feels like the effect is attempting to make me distrust my own Patreon community, the community that provides me a financial and community support structure, which then works to isolate me emotionally from that very community that supports me. I had a creator with a large following take a long tweet of mine about how leftism isn't about winning, but knowing what we fight for when we win, which is the destruction of hierarchies and creating something more beautiful after, and then crop that tweet so it sounded like I just wanted to lose, leading to another mass pile-on of my tweet to the point where I deleted it because I just didn't know where the harassment was coming from and was already dealing with so much that I just didn't want another line of attack and abuse to deal with.
God.
I had people attempt to shame me for blocking people who are angry and using dehumanizing language at me, such as this.
People are awful. People will take little tiny things you say and clip that out by itself and just like write it into a whole new context. You know, it's really interesting how you can get a large group of people into a smear campaign. It's not something that happens once or twice. It happens a lot. Not just one person, but a whole group of people will get caught up, swept up, and obsessed with certain smear campaigns. And it sucks. It really sucks. And the whole logical fallacy is, you know, well, there's so many people saying this, so it's true. It's like, no, just because a huge group of people say it doesn't mean it's true.
Person shaming me for blocking someone who called me an ableist slur several times, or attempting to shame me for not always constantly talking about my own community's genocide in what would be my third video in the past month on it, all due to something you assumed I was going to say based on the space that has been cultivated and the things said about me by streamers, but which I have never responded to directly nor spoken about my feelings on in relation to specific creators and streamers. And this wasn't just like one or two tweets, this was thousands of people constantly sending this at me at all times amidst many other people who were sending other things that were both kind, supportive, and some that were just critical and actually kind. But how is anyone supposed to emotionally handle all of that at once? With any sort of grace? Say what you want about me, disagree with me, or the tweet, I'm open to the conversation, but the way that people have talked about me, the way that maybe you, watching this video, have talked about me, isn't okay. Not just because of how you dehumanize and attack me, but for your own sake as well. It dehumanizes you in a much more insidious and subtle way. This behavior is what pushes women, trans people, disabled people, neurodiverse folks, black people, Hispanic folks, Asian folks, indigenous folks, and more away from solidarity with you because you are using the tools of the oppressive system to dehumanize and traumatize us even when you don't understand or see that that is the case. And I stop being in community with you, and it leaves you isolated and alone, cut off from connection. I am not angry at those who attack me because what I am here to point out and recognize is that all of this behavior, for many of them, many of you, is a trauma response to the anxiety, fears, and lack of self-worth this system constantly funnels into antagonistic framings that our society constantly generates, stemming from its need to enforce a hierarchy that creates and centers control and domination. To be frank, I was really shocked with how many narratives got spun about me after this tweet, as well as Soul Bunny's video. All based on gaps in information, assumptions made about my tweets and my likes, as well as misinformation and disinformation that was spread. Honestly, it really sucked and was a hell of a lot worse than I assumed it would be when I tweeted the tweet. It kind of left me crying a few nights, to be frank. But all of this stuff serves to traumatize people like me over and over and over again, so that then, out of our trauma, we react back in pain and just go back and fight the same people who attacked us, instead of actually creating a discourse and dialogue. And then some of those people feel attacked and hurt as well. It's the same exact thing that I was talking about earlier on in this video about how many feminists went to attack and fight men because men traumatized many women. And instead of actually fighting this whole system, they just go back and fight and attack the same people who are at the head of the power structure that they are fighting back. But it also dehumanizes the people who are doing the harm and makes those spaces more homogenous and dangerously more isolated and alone, ensuring the problem of otherization continues and grows. Vosh, as a specific person and public figure, is not the problem I'm discussing, nor do I care to spend time critiquing him specifically, because that's not where I want to spend my energy, nor do I see him as my enemy. But he is just another gravity well that all conversations must center upon, either in acquiescence to or repulsion of. No conversation can just be about him, and thus those deemed non-ally must be seen as antagonist. And while not all will attack, I will be seen as an enemy or a threat by some. Those who see me that way are the ones who I want to talk to and spend energy on.
This video is about me looking at those who fall into those spaces and narratives and saying, hey, I see you. I feel you. I have felt where you have felt. I've been there. I've seen the world in black and white terms, been scared, and I'm trying to do better. We're all just trying to figure it out. But the best way to figure it out is to do it together with empathy. Our society constantly peddles in us versus them. It stokes it mainly in men, and those who are seen in men, and especially those who are seen as white men, for whom many of these issues, behaviors, and their harm have been made invisible by the fact that this patriarchal, hierarchical system benefits them, but that system itself is the problem and can funnel anyone into it. See, privileged white feminists, for example. I believe you can do better. Unless you think that is me being condescending, I'm not about that. I'm right here with you. I believe I can do better. I've done all of these things myself, as I've articulated throughout this video, and I'm trying to learn. And I was only able to do so because people who cared about me said to me, you can do better. People who believed in me. It's why I try to build a community around me with people who will call me out if I fuck up. People who are different from me in many ways, who have different perspectives than mine. Because if you read any book about fascism, you'll understand that all of these issues are not just silos. Trans issues, black issues, Jewish issues, women's issues, those are not just individual silos that we talk about separately. No, these are all ways that we are divided based on the beauty of who we actually are. Our society doesn't want us to see that beauty. It wants to see the divisions. And many of these issues that many of these groups face have been made invisible to me my whole life. Or I miss the nuance at times because I didn't grow up in it. I didn't grow up in or within or nearby those communities. The world itself tried very explicitly to keep me away from those communities. And it was only in the past few years, as I've grown and found more community with people who are different from me, by reading and listening and building inclusive conversations, have I gotten better at understanding. And it's given me the absolute joy and honor to have a community of friends that cares about me, that loves me, but will also tell me I fucked up, and who I know are not there just to say that I fucked up, but to say, you can do better. Because I'm not above criticism. I'm sure one of the main criticisms on this video will be about that tweet.
Oh, I deal with this too. I mean, you know, especially the line of work and stuff I'm into with Jenny and stuff. You know, I've definitely put out material out there that's not been my best, and it's been through the help of true friends that, you know, they're not just there to tell me, hey, you fucked up, this isn't good, but to, like, pretty much communicate that I can do better, that I'm expected of better, and not in a cruel way, but in a very kind way.
That I was drama baiting with it. And you know what? That's totally fair. It wasn't my goal. The intention of the tweet wasn't to get clicks or stoke drama. The hope was to point out the issue here with the drama itself. And believe me, that tweet has brought me not kind things. But I made it because I want people to listen and show what we need to build towards.
And I know my decision to make that tweet where I said this video is going to be about Bosch will mean that some people aren't going to listen. And maybe it's a disservice and a shame that I decided to tie this video to a tweet like that, which will invite those bad faith critiques or for people to view this video with antagonism. And the decision to make that tweet was one I wrestled with. But I wanted to point out the issue with how drama gets generated itself, how easy it is to do through no animus on the part of the person being targeted for being seen as the one instigating the drama, but how they, people like me, get blamed due to the lens of how someone else has framed how to view me through nothing that I have said of my own, and the assumptions that it then forces the people in these communities to make. I wanted to confront people about it and show them how I was treated and how people in these situations always get treated over and over and over again. And yeah, sadly, it means that people take this video in bad faith or assume my motives were to get clicks or just dislike the tactic in general. But the goal wasn't to tie to drama or boost the video through drama, but it was to hold a mirror to the people who only see things through drama and make assumptions based upon it. It's all well and good for me to make an entire 4-hour video about masculinity and talk about the people who are not in proximity or community with me, like Andrew Tate's community. But the issue exists here in my own spaces too, and we need to talk about it in an empathetic way. Maybe going about it this way was the wrong choice, I don't know. But it's one I wanted to try and see if it would make people see the problem, because I don't think that people would anyway. I wanted people to introspect and see what's happening. But I don't know. I'm wrestling with having made the choice about the tweet even now. It won't convince everyone, I know that, and I understand that people have issues with the choice, but I don't think any video will be able to convince everyone. And I think the issues need to be confronted head on. I know this video will just be seen as another attack video on Bosch by many, how most will assume I'm clout chasing or critique endlessly one part of this video they disagree with, or they'll talk about the fact that I referenced Soul Bunny's video, which they've already seen as an attack video on them, or any of a myriad of other things that I already decided before this video even came out that determined that my goal about this video is to have it be a bad faith attack, or to masculinize trans women, just based on the title of this video without having seen the video, and how that will just be how they will discuss me going forward. But if even one person watches this video and feels seen and heard and opens themselves up to vulnerability, then I will have considered the entire amount of work that I spent on this video worthwhile. So this is the way I chose to do it, and I'll own it. But I'll own it in hopes that it can help even a few. And I'll go back to a quote that I played earlier on in this video. Given the dominant culture's conceptualization of racism as individual acts of cruelty, it follows that only terrible people who consciously don't like people of color can enact racism. Though this conceptualization is misinformed, it is not benign. In fact, it functions beautifully to make it nearly impossible to engage in the necessary dialogue and self-reflection that can lead to change. Outrage at the suggestion of things like racism is often followed by righteous indignation about the manner in which the feedback was given.
And so I say to any of you who are watching this video who needs to hear it, I believe in you. I'm here with you, trying to do it too. We are here to learn how to dismantle the way we've been taught to see the world. And that takes time. But it also means we have to be held accountable and listen. Truly listen with an open heart. And we need to learn that being held accountable does not mean people are here to destroy us. Being held accountable means someone believes in us to grow from that point of accepting accountability. Who understands that we're imperfect people trying imperfectly to fight this system that oppresses us all and sets us against each other. And explaining and taking the time to acknowledge division and bigotry in spaces is not the thing that creates the division, nor is the end point of those discussions about calling someone a bigot. It is about pointing out the problem of the bigotry itself and how that bigotry reframes marginalized people talking about it and how it affects us as enemies. And if you hear that and think that that is about attacking you, that feeling of being attacked is the problem that I'm discussing and what needs to be dismantled. Tear down that feeling. Because if you aren't willing to do that, it will cause those around you to stop hoping that you can do better. Because you've repeatedly shown that you aren't capable of doing better. When those people stop caring about you one way or the other, that's when you failed in this project of building something better. I can't hold space for those who won't do so for me. It's not healthy nor helpful. If you came here thinking that this was a takedown video and are confused, it's because I'm not here to attack. I'm here to have a conversation, to explore the edges of the map, and hope you see that we're all exploring together. Because what we build after this gendered system gets destroyed requires that. To be able to build something after that. People said, and even I wrestled with the question, why make this video when a genocide is happening for trans people right now? And I wrestled with that, as you'll see in the part at the end of this video that I filmed a week ago, before this part was added. But I've decided it's because this conversation right now is about how we fight that system and about what we build next with solidarity. Otherwise, we'll just be making the same system again. True praxis is not about who wins. It's about what we create next.
We should respond to the problems of elite capture and the racial capitalism that enables it, not with deference politics, but with constructive politics. A constructive approach would focus on outcome over process, the pursuit of specific goals or results rather than the mere avoidance.
We totally need like a teleocratic approach to where all people are valued no matter who they are, and every individual has the ability and the access to explore who they truly are without feeling like they're threatened to be who they are. We literally need a new beginning. We need a teardown and a new beginning. We genuinely need an apocalypse. We need an apocalypse. We need an unveiling.
Avoidance of complicity in injustice or promotion of purely moral or aesthetic principles. A pragmatic utopianism that starts where we are but imagines where we want to be. Combining a set of goals unbound by whatever passes for common sense today with a hard-head political realism, capable of finding the strategies and tactics needed to shift common sense and the world underneath it. It would focus on accountability rather than conformity. It would focus on building and rebuilding rooms, not regulating traffic within or between them. It would be aimed at building and rebuilding actual structures of social connection and movement rather than mere critique of the ones we already have. We have to decide collectively where we're going, and then we have to do what it takes to get there. Though we start from different levels of privilege and advantage, this journey is not a matter of figuring out who should bow to whom. but simply one of figuring out how best to join forces. We will need each other to get where we're going. And getting there, after all, is the point.
If we live in a society that still uses the term, manhood must be reframed as descriptive, not prescriptive. Not something that must be lived up to, but something that can describe who you are. And those things should be positive, healthy, constructive, connective, and nurturing. Hopeful, joyful, beautiful, because they can be. I do wonder, as a trans woman who is often seen the way that many trans people are in our society, as the villain or the commodified target of ire, even within my own community, I do wonder, can I speak to this? Will people even hear me? Can I empathize with those being co-opted by larger forces than me, destroy others, destroy themselves?
Yes.
At what point is it a futile effort in the face of these fascistic societies? Is this video a futile effort? I don't know. But I do like to look at the edges of the map and up at the sky at night, at the stars, and see what's more beyond this moment, what more we can be. I guess, for now, I'll reach for that and hope. Because by doing that is how we start to stop looking down and look up at what we all can become.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Hey there, everybody. I hope you're all doing well, especially after all of this video. I wanted to be honest with all of you and just take a few minutes after this video essay was over, because a lot of things have happened to me both personally and in the world since I initially wrote, then shot, and now have edited this video, because I am filming this right now after having edited the bulk of the video and before I've released it, obviously. And I just kind of wanted to have a little postscript discussion for just a couple minutes after this, because I think it's worth putting this in the video, though technically not part of the essay itself, but kind of just separate from it. And if you'll indulge me these couple extra minutes, I promise we'll get to the YouTube self-promoting stuff at the end like we typically do, but I just wanted to be honest and say a couple extra things. The first thing that I wanted to say is, number one, thank you for watching the entirety of this video. I'm assuming if you got into this part of the video, then you've watched the whole thing, and it should be very obvious that this video was really personal to me, to make for a variety of reasons, not the least of which that I talk about a very traumatic experience in the middle of the video. And I also want to quick shout out my editor, Lucian Brinkley. He's one of my best friends, and he was sort of the first lead editor on this video, and he sort of really helped shape the artistry of this video. So shout out to him for his amazing work on this. But I will also say that to finish off the video, because this was such a personal video to me, I've been doing this sort of last little leg of editing for it, and I'm going to be very frank, I really hate this video. I think it's partially because of how personal this video gets, and I think that my emotions are very tied up in this video for a variety of reasons. But as I've edited this video, I've just come to hate it more and more because I feel like it's just a self-indulgent ramble. And so I know that that's my shit that I'm putting onto the video, so I just really, really hope that that it wasn't that, and that's my brain sort of being clouded by the things that I talk about in this video that are traumatizing to me. And so I do hope that it was really, really helpful and worthwhile. And that kind of leads me into the next thing that I wish to say, in that, you know, as I've been editing this, I've been struggling with, even if I even want to put it out, not just for the very personal reasons of me thinking that it's a very self-indulgent video, but because the video is about trying to find understanding and compassion towards men generally. But there is an element of me giving understanding and compassion to people who are very hateful, understanding how they get into that hateful rhetoric. And what has been my struggle is that since this video has come out, it was already going on when I wrote this video, but I wrote this video at the beginning of the year. But since then, the attacks against trans people have become more and more targeted, more and more scary. I mean, literally neo-Nazis and Nazis showing up protesting drag events. Not that that wasn't happening before this year, but it has become much more of a bigger issue, and the attacks against the trans community have been honestly overwhelming. We are in a trans genocide. If you don't believe that, I'm not going to even argue that in this video. But it is what's happening, and it has been emotionally and physically devastating. And I'm not even the one that's directly under attack, at least, you know, in my safe little bubble up here in Washington State, though, of course, I live in the United States, and it's not safe for any trans person here. But I am certainly more privileged, I guess would be the word, than many. And it has been a very difficult struggle for me to make a video showing compassion for people who are trying to eliminate me, in their own words. And that's difficult because I am always someone who tries to be very compassionate, even towards the people who harm me. And I want to be very clear to everyone who is watching this video, because I know there might be some people who might have the same issues that I have with this video, and that, Jessie, why are you giving compassion to these people at a time where we need to be punching a lot of Nazis in the face? And I want to be very clear, we should punch Nazis in the face and fight back. But what I am trying to stay focused on is what needs to happen after we punch the Nazis in the face. We don't just fight back, we fight forward, to quote a TV show that I really like, because I always have to bring it back to pop culture. And what we need to do is try to build a society that creates equality for everyone, sees everyone with compassion, even the people who right now are told to hate and be vitriolic. I think that's what we always need to focus on. But I'll be honest, keeping my eye on that ball is really hard.
Yeah.
And so it's just been something that I've struggled with in making this video. And I just wish to articulate it to all of you, because I don't necessarily have a resolution to that idea. It might be its own whole video at some point where I talk that out and think that out. But it's just something I struggled with in this video. And I felt that to not articulate it would be a detriment to this video. So I wanted to at least put that out there. The last thing that I will say, and this will kind of shift into the awkward self-promoting bits, because welcome to capitalism, we live in it, and that's how we do YouTube. But I will try and put a very personal spin on it, because it is actually very important to me, in that one of the things that I'm also trying to hold on to with that mindset of not fight back but fight forward is trying to make sure I focus my content continually on making beautiful things and things that are meaningful. I've been stuck a lot lately in making videos that are sort of pushing back against anti-trans rhetoric, which I think are necessary. I'm going to continue to do those as I have the energy to, and I don't always do. But I've been focusing on videos that are trying to be inspiring me and make me excited. And to be honest with you, the thing with that is to be able to do things that are much more constructive instead of just reactive is they take a lot more time. And I'm learning that now, in that, like, I could do a video that's really quick and easy in terms of like writing it all up and it would be very reactive, but to do things that are meaningful to me, they take a lot of time. And so I will say to my patrons, again, I know this sounds YouTube self-promoting, but I mean this very sincerely. To all my patrons who support me on Patreon, thank you. Because I've been trying my best, and I know I'm a workaholic, but I've been trying my best to be like, it's okay. You can take the time. You can sit with things. You can not just have to get it out as fast as possible. And I'm only allowed to do that because of my Patreons and other support that I get on places like Nebula. So to every patron who supports me, thank you. And any support that you would be able to give me on Patreon, and hopefully I give you cool perks, but is meaningful to me, and I will say it legitimately allows me to do videos like this. Not just physically, but like to be able to support myself, and also emotionally to be able to be like, it's okay, Jessie, take your time. So thank you.
And also, I should say, the full unedited interviews that I did for this video with Bellamy, Lily Alexander, and Vera Wild are available in full on Patreon. And you should definitely check them out, because there's a lot that I really loved in those conversations that I had to cut for this video. I cannot recommend them enough. And thank you to all three of them for taking part in this video. You should go and subscribe to all three of their channels. They're all linked down below, and they will be all worth your time. And they are such wonderful, amazing people who I adore with all of my heart. So just a special thank you to all of three of them for being in this video.
And then the final thing that I will say in terms of projects that I have coming up, on that note of projects that I'm working on, number one, here on YouTube, I do have some videos that I'm working on right now that I'm very excited about. I have one on Star Wars that's going to be coming up, but hey, it's actually not about Star Wars, it's actually about fascism, that I'm very pumped about, that I'm doing with Aronok, my oftentimes writing partner and creative collaborator. And I'm very pumped about that, but that's going to take a little bit of time. And I have a few other videos that I'm working on that I'm very pumped about, but they are going to take some time. So, you know, just be aware that sometimes my videos may take a little bit longer. I used to be able to get videos out every other week, but I don't know if I can do that anymore. Just my own mental health and for also the things that I want to make. And then this leads me to my last thing. The other reason that I'm so busy lately is I'm working on a short film called Identities, which is a film that I'm releasing on Nebula. And they're funding it, and I'm making with some really amazing collaborators. As of the time of this filming, I've announced some of the actors that are going to be in it, including Ezra Reeves, who many of you may know from the show 4400, wonderful non-binary actor who I absolutely adore working with. And then also Jessica Nicole, who many of you may know from Fringe, who is one of the sweetest people that I've ever had the joy to meet, and a wonderful LGBTQ advocate and phenomenal actress who I absolutely adore. And there's many, many more cool people that may have been announced by the time this video goes up, but we're certainly going to have more. And I cannot tell you how excited I am about that. And it's projects like that that are keeping me excited and pumped to continue to try and make art that is constructive, art that is trans, like intrinsically transgender, because we need art that is intrinsically transgender right now. I need it right now, and to be able to work on
positive
it,
transgender
to help
art.
make it and birth it into the world is an honor and a privilege and a joy that I need more than anything right now. Being able to make this content is only because of Nebula. They support me doing this stuff. I'm going to be able to make this short film that will be available on Nebula. And for those of you who don't know what it is, Nebula is the streaming service that I and several other creators here on YouTube, who I really adore and love, are building together to do something separate from the algorithm, to do our own thing and make really cool, beautiful art that sadly other places do not make easy to support or to be able to, be able to support ourselves doing. And they also have other wonderful things like videos from other creators that you can look at. We have Nebula classes as well, which are, content creators talking about their processes and cool ideas and things that they're working on. Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, who I absolutely adore, has a really great one on telling authentic stories. Honestly, I actually adore that class a lot. And if you, again, self-promotion, if you sign up at the link below, you get 40% off an annual plan for Nebula and Nebula classes. It'll get you identities when it comes out, and it does help support me. Thank you for indulging the self-promoting bits mixed in also with the very, very personal bits as well. Welcome to YouTube. It's an awkward mix of both of those things. But everything I have said is very earnest, and I wanted to say it all. So to patrons, thank you for supporting me and letting me do all this. To those of you who also support me on Nebula or only support me on Nebula, thank you as well there. Could not do this without both groups of you. You allow me to make these things and to make art that is meaningful and special to me, and I hope is meaningful and special to all of you. Thank you for watching this video. There's complicated feelings on it, but thank you for watching it nonetheless. With that all said, I will finish off this even more self-indulgent rant at the end here, and wish you all a live long in heart, and live long and prosper. To all of you patrons who support me doing this, who allow me to be able to be my weirdo dork self on the internet, I would wish to say a very...
That was a magnificent piece by Jessie Gender again. Because the first, magnificent piece we watched... I mean, we've watched several by Jessie Gender, but, this is a really, really fucking good one. It's a really fucking good one that addresses the hole that cis men feel, and that there's nothing really out there to encourage them to fill that with something positive, and how that sort of affects other people. So, anyways, type into the chat room your thoughts and feelings about this video. I'm gonna grab another drink and we're gonna hop back to it. Okay, so what do we have going on here? Elise says that was a great video. That was a fantastic video. Now we're talking about Star Wars. Mark says, I guess Star Wars should have taught us that no degree of technical advancement is sufficient to make people stop wanting lawful evil absolute dominion as a form of security. There's a lot of lessons of fascism in Star Wars. That's for sure. Speaking of fascism, we are going to... Oh, shit. What happened? I closed my fucking window. We're going to move on to a very interesting TikToker named Felix Cipher. We're going to watch some YouTubers talk about who Felix Cipher is and why he's so goddamn controversial. Okay, so I like this YouTuber. They're called Funky Frog Bait. So we're gonna watch two different videos. The previous video done 3 months ago about Felix Cipher, and then one that they put out like recently.
Generated a lot of outrage on TikTok. What's up, everybody? No, you do not need to send a frantic email to Mr. Beast begging him to cure your blindness. You did, in fact, read the title of this video correctly. Unfortunately, a user by the name of @Felix_Cipher has generated a lot of outrage on TikTok recently due to the fact that he is currently claiming to be the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler himself. This has prompted countless stitches and replies from many TikTok users, including an actual Holocaust survivor. Oh,
Look, I'm all about past life regression, but when you start proudly saying you're like Hitler, I mean, I got a lot of questions for you, bub. I got a lot of questions. I also got a lot of questions about his aesthetic, especially with like the big thick nose ring that looks like a Hitler mustache.
you think that's rough? Check out the reply that our buddy Felix left under the post. Ha ha.
Okay, so this is an actual reply that Felix left under a Holocaust survivor's post saying, haha, it's me. Sorry my men had you in a camp, old pal, but I'm back for a reason. Imagine harassing an old person and a Holocaust survivor and saying that. Yeah, what the fuck?
Check out the reply that our buddy Felix left under the post. Ha ha, it's me. Sorry my men had you in a camp, old pal, but I'm back for a reason. Imagine, if you will, surviving the horrors that this man did, only to live long enough to watch some twink on the internet with a bad haircut cosplay the mass murderer that hunted you down. Or more like Twinkler.
Twinkler! Twinkler! Ah! This kid is a pixie, okay? You know, we're not gonna fucking beat about the bush. This kid is a pixie. And yeah, Adolf Twinkler. That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Nope, that wasn't good. You should edit that out. But hey, the internet, it's a crazy place. Maybe this is all just a big misunderstanding. So, to be fair and balanced, like Fox News,
from high stilettos to lower block heels, also less sexy.
We're gonna give this guy 3 strikes. I mean strikes. All right, so first we're gonna look at this dude's Instagram. For some reason, they deleted it. I can't imagine why. I managed to get the screenshot though. For posterity and future companies that may want to employ him. I do suspect that there may have been other posts that he had already deleted by the time I got to it, maybe some extra spicy memes. So the account was called Hissing Wolf. Let's see, this looks good so far. Books and snakes, father to 14 snakes, author to 9 books. That's impressive. This part right here,
Please tell me he doesn't have a bunch of fucking, like, basic-ass boas in his possession, okay? You know, I've got I will pat myself on the back. I've got an extensive experience with different species of snakes. And when somebody says, I'm father to 14 snakes, it's like, you got what? You got 14 ball pythons? That's it? Even the last snake I own is like a fucking rattlesnake. It's an actual hot. But you know what? I'm not tooting myself too much, you know. It's not like you have to have a dangerous snake in order to look like cool and like crazy and like extreme because you have a pet snake. Okay, you don't have to have like crazy snakes. But when somebody has a bunch of boring pythons and they're like, I'm edgy, look at me and my snakes, I can't take you seriously. Sorry. Father to 14 snakes? Yeah, all those snakes are ball pythons. That's nothing. That's nothing. Nothing. Okay, ball pythons are cute. Don't get me wrong. If you have a pet ball python, or if you have a pet ball python, there's nothing wrong with that, okay? But when you're trying to push yourself and push a narrative that you're edgy and cool because you got a bunch of snakes and all you have is a bunch of docile pythons, I'm not gonna give a shit. I'm not gonna give a shit about that. That's just fucking silly to me. Like, stop it. It reminds me of okay, so when it comes to people owning snakes, here's an archetype that I hate. It's the goth chick that has the basic python that you get from any fucking local Petco, and she's holding it up to her face and she's kissing it like, mwah, 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 mwah. Like, you're not edgy, you're not cool, you're a dumbass, and stop torturing your snake. Like, I like ball pythons, they're really cute, but like, don't tell me you're a father of 14 snakes and try to pass yourself off as edgy when I know what you got there, boy. I know what you got.
Sing/scream passionately into oblivion quite often is giving quirky millennial vibes, but that's not a crime. And in context, this German section right here does seem threatening, but I looked it up. It just means that he's bilingual. Crisis averted. So, I mean, looking at this, this Felix guy seems pretty chill, except that he wasn't chill on Instagram at all. So Big Red Celt on TikTok actually managed to grab this screenshot that was missing from the screenshot I took, which is a reel that used to be on Felix's account. And it's a bit of a controversial take, one might say. It says eugenics could actually optimize our species.
Eugenics could actually optimize our species? Are you fucking insane? Are you fucking insane? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking lord. Clutch my pearls. Smack my mother in the face. You cannot be fucking kidding me with that shit. Spank my grandma on both cheeks. You got to be kidding me. Overcook the cornbread and make it dry and choke it down with no milk. Like, my god. Like, what the fuck is happening here? What is happening? What is happening? Tell me this is not a real person. Please tell me this is not a real fucking person. Hi, Kim. Oh my god. Overspice the chili. What the fuck? Don't wash the chicken before you bake it. What the hell? What the hell?
Very cool. But hey, you know what? Maybe Felix was just confusing the word eugenics with the name of a delicious meal that his Grammy used to make. You know, when he was hiling with his little baby arm in his cradle, you know? Happy times with Grammy, right? Right? I'm sorry, Felix. That's a strike one. That's a strike one. You got 2 more strikes. I'm being fairly balanced.
Sexy.
All right, maybe the Instagram was a bad place to start. We all know what happens when a bunch of people start drawing conclusions over a blurry image. Let's see what the man has to say for himself. Up to this point, you know, we've only seen screenshots other people have posted. So maybe I don't know. It could be a conspiracy. So literally, as I was scrolling through this person's account and downloading videos to show you guys, they must have been getting notifications that I was doing so, because I was blocked immediately. Which, I mean, come on, dude. I feel like Evil Mustache Man would be very disappointed in you, chickening out at the last second as your enemies close in. Oh, all right. Okay. These are snazzy. Okay, fair and balanced, everyone. Hold it together. Hold it. We were doing so good. What happened at number 3? So the outfits that Felix started posting were the first sign where people started to be like, huh, that's not super chill. For context, the pin at the front of that very questionable looking jacket is called, I'm gonna say this wrong, and there's gonna be people in my comment section that are gonna be angry with me. So you know what?
Warshire.
I'm gonna pronounce it wrong on purpose. Let's come up with a fun way to say this word. Reach Sadler. That's what I'm gonna say it as. The thing is, if we check out the old faithful Wikipedia, there are many versions of this little emblem that are historically and contextually appropriate to wear. The problem is that of all of...
And the skull and crossbones. Let's not forget the skull and crossbones being very, very much Nazi.
All these, our buddy Felix chose a design that looks essentially identical to these used by the Nazi Party between 1933 and 1945. He also just straight up has a swastika on this pair of boots that he seems very proud of and posted very prominently. You can literally just see the swastika. I can't even talk about, what was it, outfit 4? I was joking earlier about the whole cosplaying Hitler thing. Cosplay, that's a strong word, right? This is literally a cosplay. Like, if you had 1,000 cosplayers in a room putting together 1,000 different random outfits per minute, not in a million years would they so perfectly resemble Adolf Hitler himself. This is like the monkey typewriter Shakespeare question that there's no way that this is on accident. And then of course, yeah, you have this other symbol here. Not good. Just straight up imagery all over this stuff. And here we see the pin again in this promotion video for his fantasy book, and it's also on the profile picture of the site where he sells the books. As you can see by the cover, he's taken after his hero. The art on this book cover, I'm gonna just say this, looks like shit. It looks like it was excavated from the catacombs of 2013 deviant art. I think with all of these questionable fashion choices, we're on a strike too. Sorry, Felix, I'm sorry. But hey, our guy has one more strike left. And you know what? He's recently made a video responding to all the hate and anger he's received. And you know what? Maybe he can just explain all this away and we can all just go home, tuck ourselves into bed with a bag of Funyuns and watch Minecraft videos until we fall asleep in a nest of crumbs, all right?
All right, it's time to address the nose ring drama. People are essentially calling me every name under the sun because I had the Sadler on my jacket. So I need to tell you guys a little something about me. And you can call me crazy, you can call me whatever you'd like, any name under the sun. But I'm very in tune with my past and my past lives and lifetimes that I've lived before this one. My last life just so happened to be a very infamous one. Me offing myself was one of the first memories I had from that lifetime. It came to me when I was 5 in my nightmares. You can see right where I shot myself too. That and just so many other things throughout my life have connected me to my past. And you can go say, oh, go get on your meds again, you nutter. Been on so many meds and none of them have changed what I saw when I was 5.
Well, I think that was our third strike. So yeah, this guy is not backing down. In fact, he doubled down. He does not in any way try to refute the claims made against him. He literally thinks that he is the literal reincarnation of Adolf Hitler. But before we go, I found out another juicy tidbit of information that I would like to share with the class.
Apparently he erased his entire fucking identity off the internet except for some Spotify playlists, one of which was related to egg-laying kink.
You know, I would say that this is the worst thing I know about this man, except for all of the, Hitler stuff. Now, I've tried to keep things like...
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Did I not hear that correctly? He's got an egg-laying kink? What the fuck is an egg-laying kink? What the fuck do you do with an egg-laying kink? What the fuck is an egg-laying kink? Let me pull this into the other... What the fuck is an egg-laying kink? Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Okay, I don't kink shame in here, but, what? So, the whole kink is where you get off on eggs being laid inside of you. I need to lie down. I need to lie down. I need to lie down. What the fuck? Ah! Things I do not need to know. Things I do not need to know ever. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the hell is happening? I mean... Okay, continue. No, Kim, please don't. Kim, I beg of you, do not. Kim's like, I think it's called this. Don't. Let my mind be a virgin. Let my mind be a virgin to these things. Let my innocence remain. I just say, woo. All right. Really? Wow. Okay. All right. We're just gonna keep going. So not only does Adolf Hitler think he's the reincarnation of actual Hitler, but they have an egg-laying kink. Okay.
Their fucking identity off the internet except for some Spotify playlists, one of which was related to egg laying kink.
You know, it looks like that this is the worst thing I know about this man, except for all of the other stuff. Now, I've tried to keep things lighthearted this video. We like to joke, we like to goof around here, but let's be honest, guys. The only reason that people like Felix are coming out of the woodwork all of a sudden to loudly proclaim these things is that they now feel confident to do so due to the recent spike of anti-Semitism that is present in the media right now.
The red
Interesting.
are the executives that are Jewish at these companies.
Now, for this particular case, I imagine that mental illness likely may be playing some kind of factor. But that is in no way an excuse for Felix's behavior, and I dearly hope that these insanely dangerous and violent ideologies that he's been spouting will not lead him to commit violent atrocities in his own personal life as an individual. And whatever help or redirection this deeply disturbed person needs, I hope they get it before they hurt someone or themselves. So while we all may laugh at how idiotic this particular situation is, do not let your guard down, people. This type of rhetoric has real world consequences. Thank you guys so much for watching. I make TikToks on TikTok and I make art on Instagram, and if you want to see more of what I do here, make sure to hit the bell and subscribe. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, we have a follow-up. So that was 3 months ago. This was put out 7 days ago.
On February 16th of this year, I posted my very first commentary video on the deranged and problematic TikTok user, Felix Cipher. Okay, I had no idea at the time, but that one single video would transform my small gaming channel that could only bring in a couple thousand views a month into a commentary channel with almost 300,000 subscribers. Which is terrifying. Okay. If you are subscribed to my channel, you should tell your doctor to double whatever prescriptions you're taking. I had a few video ideas that I was excited to work on for this week, but I had to drop everything when I found out that Felix Cipher, Hitler's favorite little cosplayer, is back.
And you can call me crazy, you can call me whatever you'd like, any name under the sun. But I'm very in tune with my past and my past lives and lifetimes that I've lived before this one. My last life just so happened to be a very infamous one.
To kind of catch you up to speed, Felix Cipher was a TikToker that found himself in a bit of a pickle fermenting since 1939 when he started posting videos espousing Nazi ideology, cosplaying as Adolf, and harassing Holocaust survivors. Haha, it's me. Sorry my men had you in a camp, old pal, but I'm back for a reason. If you want more information, you can check out this video, but the gist of it is this asshole disappeared off the platform once the heat of the backlash got a little too hot. Kind of like the flames of hell currently cooking his idol into a fine, crispy Schweinhaxe. Before we dive into Felix's unwelcome return, I kind of want to address some things that I missed in my first video, some forgotten lore, if you will. First, a very interesting detail about Felix Cipher is that despite his devoted belief that he is the reincarnation of the pathetic and egotistical mustache man, he is apparently both trans and Jewish. Well, that's just create a lot of internal conflict. I can just imagine Hitler in hell, like, oh.
What? They're trans and Jewish? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck?
The flames, they hurt so bad. Wait, there's a young Aryan man who's carrying on my legacy on Earth. Oh my god, that is wonderful. He's fake. He's fat! For Felix's trans identity, this is apparently something that he shared with his audience before his first account at Felix_Cipher and his second account at Felix the Pizza vanished from the internet. His Jewish identity, though.
I am not missing Kim's comments. I'm just choosing not to acknowledge that. I don't need to know these things. Stop Googling egg-laying kinks. Yeah, Mark's right. Hitler was Jewish too. Not at all blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan at all. People forget. Yeah, Hitler didn't even... Hitler was like the Jordan Peterson of, like, Nazism. Whoops.
Gist of it is, this asshole disappeared off the platform once the heat of the backlash got a little too hot. Kind of like the flames of hell currently cooking his idol into a fine, crispy Schweinhaxe. Before we dive into Felix's unwelcome return, I kind of want to address some things that I missed in my first video, some forgotten lore, if you will. First, a very interesting detail about Felix Cipher is that despite his devoted belief that he is the reincarnation of the pathetic and egotistical mustache man, he is apparently both trans and Jewish. Well, that's just gotta generate a lot of internal conflict. I can just imagine Hitler in hell, like, oh, the flames, they hurt so bad. Wait, there's a young Aryan man who's carrying on my legacy on Earth. Oh my God, that is wonderful. He's fake. He's fat! For Felix's trans identity, this is apparently something that he shared with his audience before his first account at Felix_Cipher and his...
Laura says, but no, Jan, do you want to be... But Jan, do you want to be... I can't even finish it. I can't even finish it. But Jan, don't you want to be educated? No. 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 Let me lie in ignorance, please. Let me lay where I lie in blissful ignorance to these things. No, don't send me links. Don't. Away with you. Away. Away with your shenanigans. Away with you. Don't. I will ignore. If I get any message requests with a link, I am not clicking on it. I'm not accepting it. Don't. You all leave me alone. Leave me alone. You know what? Leave me alone here. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. No. You all leave me alone. This is a song of me to you.
Leave me alone, please leave me alone. 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 कदों जाके मुकना है 10 लाख डॉन. Leave me alone, please leave me alone. कदों जाके मुकना है 10 लाख डॉन. Leave me alone, please leave me alone. राशन नहीं आया साडे बच्चे भूखे रोन. Leave me alone, please leave me alone. राशन.
Leave me alone, please leave me alone. Leave me alone, please leave me alone. Leave me alone, please leave me alone.
Second account at Felix the Pizza vanished from the internet. His Jewish identity, though, is a little bit more shaky. I couldn't find any evidence that Felix confirmed this himself. A TikTok user claimed that they had reached out to Felix's mother, and apparently the mother responded saying that she had no idea about Felix's questionable digital footprint and that his family was Jewish and that she was horrified. I had difficulty finding the original poster of these DM screenshots, and it really sounds like something easy to a fake. So even though the internet's general consensus is that Felix's Jewish background is fact, I can't 100% confirm that. Another detail that I lightly covered but didn't fully explain in my first video is Felix's peculiar fetish.
I'm okay, I'm not disturbed. I'm okay. It's funny. But don't send me that shit. Don't send me that shit! I don't want to know!
And how it came to light. Felix apparently had a public Spotify playlist with egg-laying stuff on it, which is the internet equivalent of displaying your hardened, crusty socks at your local library. This is a nasty little detail that wouldn't really matter, except that Felix owns a lot of snakes, so I can only imagine what their lives are like. Hey Felix, we're out for breakfast. We've got pancakes, waffles, French toast, and omelets. I'm sorry, what? Now keep that young man from the chicken coop, Dinah. When he sees our hens laying him dick, we'll go dokie dokie. Apparently there was also a point in time where he was talking to TikTok users over Discord to explain himself after the first wave of backlash. Guys, I love you, but I have to hold on to at least a tiny thread of my sanity. I just could not bring myself to contact him over Discord. I simply could not muster enough fucks to give even for the content. I almost didn't make this video at all. It's honestly quite exhausting to keep up with people that have this level of internet brain rot. But unfortunately, this goober is kind of my Batman origin story, except instead of being Joker, Felix is more like the calendar man. So I felt compelled to follow up on all this crap. Now that we're all on the same page, after taking a break from the internet that I wish had been permanent, Felix posted a video on May 2nd under a new username with the caption, "Hello Internet. Sorry to say that I have sporadically returned." Off the bat, this question
sorry to
comes
say,
across as immature and unapologetic.
If you have to start your returning sentence with "sorry to say," you know what the fuck you're doing.
It immediately feels like Felix is coming back to the platform with a victim complex, embracing the hatred of the internet like a 14-year-old Tumblr user entering their villain era, instead of trying to make things right.
So it's been a while since my involuntary disappearance for 3 months from the internet.
Oh my god, why do I do this to myself? First off, still wearing the nose ring that started this whole drama, an integral costume piece for his questionable cosplays.
It's time to address the nose ring drama.
Notice that he also stresses the word involuntary, implying that he would have continued to...
I can't with this shit. I gotta be back. I need another drink. Like, this is just... Oh my god. How are people like this real? My god. I'm sorry. It's like, I don't like to give into societal expectations, but at the same time, my brain is like, where are your parents, young man? Where are your parents? Where is your fucking mother? Where is your fucking father? Like, who hurt you? Who hurt you? Did you not get enough hugs as a child? Like, where is your mom? And how can your mother give you a juice box and put you to bed for a nap? Okay? Like, it's like a tiny, like, in my eyes, and I don't know. So I'm 35. 35 isn't exactly old. But at this age, when I look at kids like him, I'm like, this is a child. This is a child. Where is your mother? Where is your mother to slap you upside the head? I don't believe in violence, by the way. But just kind of metaphorically, like, slap you upside the head and be like, son, you're grounded. You know? Like you can't, like, you need to think about what you're doing here, kiddo. What's going on in this kid's life where he feels compelled that this exploration of his personality is the only way? Because I'll tell you what, it's not. This kid can actually explore himself, but I think this path that he's going on isn't, like, so great. How old is he? I don't know. He's gotta be a kid. I mean, I'm a kid too. Like, I'm only 35, but, like, let's see. So he is either 20 or 21 years old. That's still young to me. I'm 35. If you're only 20 or 21, that's like 15 years ago for me. That's like a whole fucking lifetime. Like 20 years old, 21 years old, and you think this about yourself. Like, look, kids are not stupid. Kids are very smart. But when kids get older, they are shaped by the bullshit that happens around them. And they get launched on a pathway that doesn't make sense. Okay? I believe in child consent. I believe children can consent to things. But I also believe that children are bent and shaped in a negative way, that they start to become adults that they wouldn't originally become if it wasn't for them bending and shaping. So it's really sad to me to see a 21-year-old thinking that they are like Hitler incarnate and not understanding the full gravity of what they're saying. Kid needs love. What in this child's life is he missing that he has to fill with the idea that he is this previous historical figure? Like, what is this child missing in their life? What is their void? What is the hole in their heart where they feel compelled to fill it with this? That's my question.
Post hateful things, if not for the intervention of either, I guess, his family or the countless TikTok users that were raising awareness about him.
I think it's about time that I come back and say something now. First things first, I wanted to make a quick apology to just one person, and that is the Holocaust survivor who I made a very unsavory comment towards when I was first going viral. I was rather in shock at what was happening, and I was not thinking too clearly. So when I...
You think? You think you weren't thinking too clearly, my lad? You think? You think, my guy, that you weren't thinking rationally in this point when you said this? So what the fuck is your point? Like, where the fuck is your point gonna go from now?
made that comment, it shouldn't have come out that way. I shouldn't have said that to him, so I'm sorry to get in.
You know what, Felix? Maybe you should stop writing shitty fantasy stories about Middle Realms, and write a book called How to Not Make a Public Apology. Maybe that book would get better reviews. Not only does Felix stress that only one person deserves his apology, instead of maybe, I don't know, whole communities of people, even that half-ass apology is littered with excuses and deflections.
I was rather in shock at what was happening, and I was not thinking too clearly.
He doesn't even truly apologize for the comment, he just says it shouldn't have come out that way. And that's what my parents said about me too. So, here I am. That's like saying, hey, I am so sorry for threatening to burn your house down with you inside. I should have said it more politely. I'm gonna burn your house down with you inside.
The next thing that I wanted to say was I have been in treatment for about 3 months now since I was gone.
For what?
It was for depression, anxiety, and after a suicide attempt, they sent me here.
While I am always happy to hear that someone is receiving treatment for their anxiety and depression, and even happier to hear that their attempt to take their own life was unsuccessful, in the full context of Felix's statement, it just feels like an empty ploy for pity without taking any true accountability. If you actually care about your own mental health and being a better person and treating others better, Felix, get off the internet. No one is forcing you to post this.
Okay. I don't entirely disagree with what she's saying about Felix. However, we just recognized that Felix is essentially a child still. So, it's a little too harsh, in my opinion, to expect a child to grasp the full gravity of what they're doing. So I think Felix Cipher needs more work with a counselor, with a therapist, something, maybe in combination with medication. But I think it's a little too far to say he should deliver the perfect apology and recognition of what he's done when I don't think he has the maturity to do that yet. I don't think he has the wherewithal and the awareness to get to that space yet. I think there's some element to this child that genuinely doesn't know what they're doing, and they're just sort of delving into this fantasy to escape from something.
This is just making you look so much worse.
If anyone cares to know, I'm doing a lot better now, so yay for me. However, I do want to just let people know that my views on myself, my past self, whatever, everything that made me blow up in the first place, that hasn't really changed. I don't really predict it changing, honestly. Just, it's affected me for so long.
And that's the part of the video where I decided to film this. Up to this point, I still held out hope that Felix had learned from his mistakes. Not only does he make it clear that he still believes he is the reincarnation of Hitler, but that he also holds to all of the ideologies of racial purity that he posted about before. This is where my sympathy for Felix ended as well. Since this whole situation started, I thought that maybe...
Okay, I get that. I get that there should be no sympathy towards that specific ideology. However, this is literally a child. This child, I don't think grasps the full picture of what's going on. I don't think they actually comprehend what they're doing. I think they need more work. I think they need more rehabilitation. I think they need more sort of behavioral intervention. You know, it just... I don't think we should excuse the ideology itself, but I think we should recognize that this child may not actually know what he is talking about. I think we may consider that they are not fully erect and aware of what's going on.
Maybe Felix was suffering some kind of severe psychosis, and this reincarnation narrative was a compulsive thought that Felix didn't want to believe. But he clearly has accepted his delusional identity with all of the evil hatred that comes with it, and has learned nothing.
With that being said, I do want to make it clear that I'm probably not going to talk much about this in the future. However, I do want this channel to be more like stuff about my life, artwork, snakes, maybe some music.
This little shithead. These internet trolls are all the same. He can't even fully commit to not talking about the Hitler stuff anymore. He's like, guys, I'm not gonna talk much about it anymore. Guys, stop. I'm not gonna talk about it. Okay, maybe just a little. No, just shut up. Just make your creepy snake videos and shut up.
So yeah, take that as you will. Again, I'm sorry to get in for what I said, and hopefully the future can move on and we'll all be much happier.
Yeah, no, Felix, you can't have...
I don't think... I mean, I think he's sorry for getting the backlash. I don't think he's actually sorry for what he said. I think he's just sorry that he got the backlash that he did. I think if he was actually sorry, he would make more of a change in the direction that he's going. But because he's not, it's like you really don't understand the gravity of the situation. So I think he's got a long ways to go. I think because he is so young, he has a chance for some rehabilitation. I am always a proponent of rehabilitating people from this sort of mindset. So I think he has a chance, but he really doesn't grasp the gravity of what he's talking about. He needs somebody to intervene and pretty much de-radicalize him. I am a huge proponent of de-radicalization therapy.
Have your Google hoof and eat it too. You can't say we need to all move on and be happy, hold hands, and sing Kumbaya when you literally believe that certain races shouldn't hold hands with other certain races. The comment section wasn't having any of this. Nobody took this video seriously, and the vote seemed unanimous despite Felix's apology that nobody wanted to welcome him back to TikTok. So far, Felix has kept his word, and he's only posted 2 more videos of his snakes, which I hope and pray, if God truly does love all the little creatures, those snakes will not be laying eggs anytime soon. You might have noticed, even though I used...
Well, I mean, if they're female snakes, they will lay eggs if he's breeding them. So, I mean, I don't know.
Usually credit all videos that I use with the username of the original poster. I have not done that for this video. That's because I don't want anyone watching this video to run to Felix's page and give him the negative attention that he so obviously craves. I cover a lot of weird people, hateful people, entitled people on this channel, but I cannot stress this enough. Do not engage with Felix Cipher. He has been given all the chances in the world to be a better person, and he has chosen not to.
He's like fucking 2021! Okay, I get that. I get that you shouldn't, like, condone this sort of behavior at all. But, like, what if Adolf Twinkler becomes fucking 35 or 40 years old, and they look back and they are fully in recognition that what they did was bullshit? Like, we can't just write people off when they're like 20 years old. It's like, dude, they have lifetimes ahead of them. Like, I don't think you should support these people. I don't think you should, like, keep, like, watching them and sort of, like, excusing their behavior and shit like that. That's not what I'm talking about. But it's like we can't just write people off for being fucking young and dumb. I was young and dumb. I was a young and dumb 20-year-old. In fact, if I was live streaming with what I believed as a 20-year-old right now, I would be fucking canceled. Like, because I was fucking stupid. Like, I just, I think there should be some forgiveness in that sense. But I do agree that we shouldn't condone this ideology. Obviously not. But this is a kid. I'm just like, I'm so conflicted.
So do not go to his TikTok page and harass him or try to reason with him. It is pointless. I really think this whole situation leads to a lot of interesting questions about cancellation on the internet. Of all the TikTok users that were making content earlier this year, there were few as canceled as Felix Cipher. And yet, here he is again, haunting my For You page the moment I open the app. I can imagine that Felix's personal life has suffered because of all this, but let's be honest, in a couple months to a year, we'll have all probably forgotten about him, and he'll be able to get a job with potentially Jewish coworkers and customers, and they will have no idea about his horrifying beliefs. I don't know what the solution to that is. It just goes to show that the internet is still a wild west, barren of any common sense, and all of the worst people you know can run rampant on it with little to no consequences. As it seems that Felix thrives off of negative attention, there's a good chance he's gonna see this video. If you're watching this, hi Felix. I'm happy to let you know that I'll be using the YouTube platform that you accidentally helped to create to shit on everything that you care about, and to make fun of idiots just like you. Thank you. This will absolutely be the last time I talk about Felix.
I mean, I think she kind of, like, has a point, because she seems really young. Like, she seems, like, young enough to be, like, almost the same age range. So it kind of, like, seems more like of a peer, like, review thing. Like, oh my god! Lee said that exactly. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, and Mark said, I agree with Lee. She's young enough that this is pure. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I think maybe somebody who's the same age would be way more critical of the situation. But me, like, 10 years down the line, or like 15 years from being 20, I'm thinking, like, you got a lot of time to figure your shit out. And you may not, like, think this way when you get to my age. And maybe that's, like, I don't know, egotistical in a little way. But I feel like there's something when you get a lot of years under your belt. Like, I'm not the oldest person ever. I'm not the wisest person ever. But when I'm 35, I think I definitely have a lot more insight to life to offer to somebody who's 15 years younger than me. 15 whole years. What if this Felix Cipher 15 years from now has a completely different view on life? Like, are we gonna deny that? Are we gonna deny that journey? And honestly, me being 35 now, somebody who is 50 is gonna look at me in the same way. They're gonna be like, you've got like a whole other lifetime, honey. Like, you got a whole other, like, 15 years from being 35. And you're gonna think much differently when you're 50 than when you are 35. So, you know, it's kind of interesting. Like I've got a lot to look forward to ahead of me. So, I definitely do not like this Felix Cipher guy, but I'm hoping because he's only like fucking 2021 that later down the line he'll learn his lesson. Mark says younger than 25 looks the same as like teens to me. Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because when I see people who are like between 20 and 25, I'm like, you're a kid. And like I'm only 35, but like I totally remember being between 20 and 25, and I remember thinking that I knew it all, right? Like I totally remember thinking that I knew everything. And now at 35, I'm like, fuck me, I don't know shit. I'm like, I don't know a goddamn thing. I don't know a damn thing. I am 35. I do not know what's going on. All I know is that my rent is paid and I got a drink in my hand. Thank you so much. My rent is paid and I got a drink in my hand. I'm good. So I had originally like all of my links lined up, but because like I had to restart my computer because we had to restart the live stream, I lost them all. So I'm like, I'm having to find them all again. I had the thing where maybe I wanted to watch Ron DeSantis, but I also found this weird thing about this lady talking about witchcraft. And she was like an ex-witch. Yes.
Jenny Weaver, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. My first question, before we...
So I'm kind of curious to see this about this lady who was a witch, but then she became an ex-witch, and she's warning the Christians of expanding witchcraft and how, like, Hollywood is releasing spells over viewers. So I'm kind of curious to see where this goes. Do you want to explore this with me? Because I think this should be interesting. Mark says, great, ain't so bad. I say, own it. I am so excited to grow old. Honestly, I'm more excited to be old than I am excited to, like, remain a child. There's something about getting old that I feel like it's my fucking right. It's my right to age. It's my right to grow old. And how dare you strip that away from me or teach me that that's, like, shameful. Like, I am so ready to be a fucking old person. Like, I am so ready. Like, it's gonna be so great. It's gonna be the time where I don't give a shit. Like, I know, it's gonna be where I know enough, but I don't know everything, but I know enough, so I'm just gonna, like, shrug my shoulders and tell everybody else, like, you're full of shit. I don't give a shit. Like, I cannot wait to grow old. It is my right. It is my right to be old, and I can't wait for it. Because I swear to God, it's going to be the best years of my life. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Mark says, ageism is bad. Expect people to stay stupid, insulting things when you're a minute past 40. It's good to have tough skin, even tougher comeback lines. Fuck yeah. And Lauren says, me too, Jan. At 70, I can't wait to be truly old. Oh, I love that. I just wish my body would act younger. And yes, old is the best ever. I'm telling you, like, man, I'm gonna be seriously, like, I'm gonna be like 98 years old. And the family that I have, like, whatever chosen family I have around me, like, they're gonna love me, but also they're gonna be like, die. Just die already. And I'm gonna be super fucking old, like, partying it up in my fucking wheelchair, like, fuck yeah. And on my last days of rest, I'm gonna be fucking taking shots. I'm gonna be fucking smoking cigs. I'm gonna be like, fuck you. I'm going out with a party. Me and just, like, the fucking already dead people in my life, because I'm sure there's gonna be dead people in my life coming back to, like, guide me home. I'm gonna be like, hey, what's up, bitches? Let's go. Let's go. Like, honestly, like, I just, I'm not gonna rush it, but, like, there's something about getting old and dying. I'm learning that it's not so bad, I think it's a party time. I think it's time to party. Like, when you're ready and you're on your deathbed and you're ready to go in this life, I think it should be a fucking party. I want to barbecue. Barbecue me. I don't give a shit. barbecue my old ass dead body. Like, barbecue it up. Fucking soak it in vinegar and fucking, like, barbecue sauce. Tenderize it. I don't care. Like, eat it. Eat me, bitch. I would love that. Just fucking eat me. You know what? I think it's gonna be really funny for people in my generation to get old, because we're like the old millennial generation, but we're like still the generation that started texting and shit. So I can imagine when my generation is old as 90 and we're like texting each other or like messaging each other every day, like, "Are you dead yet, bitch?" And then we'll text our best friend, like, "I ain't dead, bitch. Fuck you. Are you dead, bitch?" Like, we're gonna be the funniest fucking old people ever. Ever. We are gonna be the funniest fucking old people. Just texting each other, messaging each other, like, "Are you dead, bitch? Bitch, are you still... Your old ass is still shuffling around. My God." Like, I can't wait to text my friend, "Are you dead yet?" It's gonna be the best, I swear. There's one song that, like, makes me laugh. Oh, God. It's kind of controversial. Okay. I don't know if I should show this, but it's really fucking funny. Okay. Let's see. Oh, God. What's it called? Hold on. Yes, it's this song. I'm sorry if this is controversial, but it's so fucking perfect. Sorry.
This for everyone that lost a nigga. Swag. The other day, my nigga went to work. He said he picked up a box that was heavy and it really hurt. Ow, this hurts. So we went to the bathroom to look for an answer. I took a look at his hip and thought he saw a lump of cancer.
Cancer.
This looks like cancer. And so he did what a nigga does. Called his nigga. He was like, "Nigga." I was like, "Nigga." We was like, "Nigga." Swag. He said, "I think I caught cancer from lifting this box." I was like, "That's heavy." Well, anyway, can I holler at your girlfriend, the one with the big booty that shake like it's got shots? He was like, "What?" I said, "I'm just playing, not really. But I think you got a hernia." He said, "Oh no, I got me a hernia. I know this doctor that look like Sigourney Weaver." He said he ain't got no money for a doctor. So we went to a party. And then my nigga died. I really miss my nigga.
This is the best part.
Really miss my nigga. White people, you can sing it too. Just change that into a W.
That's my favorite part. Like, white people, you can sing it too. Just change that N to a W.
Miss my wigger. Just say, I really miss my wigger. Back to the song. Was at the hospital bed. Said, "Nigga, are you dead?" My nigga said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And I said, no.
No,
Why'd you have
no.
to go? Reached out to his ghost in slow-mo. I put a trigger for my nigga, then I burst in the air. Nurse said you can't do that here. I said, bitch, I don't care. She said you don't care, but his part's important. Help me lift this nigga up and put him in the dead nigga storage. I said, dead nigga storage? You joking? She said, I'm joking. It was just a joke. I said, I'm gonna shoot you in the face and call it a joke. She said, the best way to cheer up is to laugh. I said, bitch, I'll cheer up after this bloodbath. I want the whole world.
I'm like crying. It's so funny.
I lost my nigga to a hernia. I lost my nigga to a hernia.
To a hernia.
Really miss my nigga. This breakdown. Really miss my nigga. White people. I really miss my wigger. This song is about equality. I really miss my.
That's the part that kills me. Is like this song is about equality.
Nigga, let's sing it together. I really miss my nigga. But white people, if a black person next to you and they look real pissed, you better stop it. I really miss my nigga.
Did you catch that? It's like if there's a black person next to you looking really pissed. It's just like, white people you can sing this to, just change that N to a W. No, I do not. No. Lauren, I love you. I do not need a new emoji about that. No. I don't. It's funny, but no. No. No, I do not.
I am responsible for your well-being. I really miss my nigga. I really miss my nigga. I really miss my nigga. I miss my nigga. I miss my nigga.
Why is there like?
I miss my nigga.
Why is there like that?
I miss my nigga. I miss my nigga. I miss my nigga. I miss my nigga.
Oh my god, so the point of that was like when my generation gets old enough to die, like this is gonna be us. Like this is gonna be our humor. I just love that line about like this song is about equality. Just change that N to a W. It's so fucking funny. Okay, well now that I've cried my fucking eyes out, I think I really want to watch this lady talk about, I guess she's the next witch, and she warns of witchcraft expanding over Hollywood and saying, like, there are spells being released on viewers. So it's like an ex-witch that's talking to a Christian woman. I'm just kind of curious as to what they say. Now that I'm done crying my eyes out. The pyramid... Lee, that's what's so fucking funny. Is like the pyramids and the castles. It's like it doesn't... Like, it's already funny enough, but then it's like the fucking, like, Egyptian, like... shit too. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's like the song all of us are gonna be playing at our fucking funeral. And so honestly, if I die, I want all of you to share that song. Just do it. Like, if I die tomorrow, like, do not weep. I want you to play that song and just like laugh for me. Just laugh. Because it's like, it's such a funny song. White people, you can sing it too. Just change that N to a W. song is about equality. It's so funny. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We're serious now, okay? All right, here we go.
Jenny Weaver, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. My first question, before we dig into the meat of this interview, you were very heavily involved in witchcraft at one point in your life. Just really quickly, for people who don't know your testimony, who don't know your story, how did you get involved in witchcraft?
Yeah, around the age of 13.
Hold on.
Jenny Weaver, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. My first question, before we dig into the meat of this interview, you were very heavily involved in witchcraft at one point in your life. Just really quickly, for people who don't know your testimony, who don't know your story, how did you get involved in witchcraft?
Yeah, around the age of 13, I was starting to get depressed. I was being bullied at school. And even though I was in a Christian home, my parents did the best that they could, but they were heavily on the side of just abuse. And so when you were in trouble, you were beat. And so I believe the enemy used that to come against my self-worth, who I thought I was. And I was so depressed, I just thought if I would die, life would be better for everybody else. And so during that time, I was connected with some girls, and I remember going to a sleepover, and they watched a movie called The Craft. And this movie came out in 1986, and it was about 4 witches who were in
No, shut up. You are not actually going to seriously quote The Craft to me right now. The movie The Craft, you are seriously not going to bring that up right now, like, as something that is like an experience to you. Please don't, because it is a fictional movie. It's a great movie, and I love that movie, but it is a fictional movie. What are you doing, girl? What are you doing, girl? What are you doing with mentioning The Craft right now? Let's find out.
School, and these witches were bullied and picked on, and their lives were kind of messed up, and they used witchcraft to control situations around them and to get what they wanted.
It was a fictional
I watched
movie.
the movie. And I thought, I want that. Well, of course, in the movie, they went too far anyway. And the witch...
It was a fictional movie. It is literally a fictional movie based off of fictional characters. What the hell is this lady going on about?
Craft had turned against them, and the girls were desperate to get out of it. But during that point, I didn't even see that ending. I just thought, oh, I won't go that far. I'm just going to be innocent in it. And I began to study the religion of Wiccan and study different spells and incantations and New Age practices and occult practices that I was doing in a Christian home that nobody knew I was doing. And so what started off as something innocent, where I'm just connecting with energy and the universe and vibes and all these innocent things that we see, took me down a path of just dark desperation. I felt at one point that I was living in like a haunted house, because I was hearing scratches on the wall right next to me. I would feel a brush by me and be terrified that somebody is here.
If you are experiencing scratchings of the wall, this, that, and the other, you might consider that you have worked yourself up into a psychological frenzy by experimenting with witchcraft. Because if you experiment with witchcraft with a unrational mind, not so rational mind, it's gonna seem very foreign to you and perhaps even scary. But if you practice witchcraft with a lot of rationality and an understanding that it is purely psychological, it can be something of help to you. So for her to immediately describe, like, oh, there was scratching on the walls, like, I didn't know I was getting into, I felt like I was haunted. It sounds like there's something more going on to her psyche than what she's letting on to right now.
in the room with me, someone's watching me. I've always felt like I was being watched. When I would wash my face for the day, it was one of the most terrifying things that I did. When I took a shower and I had to close my eyes, I was so terrified. If I had to get up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, I would run because I thought something's going to grab my feet. I was an adult at this point, and it took me far into drugs. I ended up being homeless and on drugs, in and out of jails and all kinds of things. For 9 years of my life, I was really in a dark place.
Yo. I feel like we're missing a big portion of this because she just jumped from experiencing a haunting-like sensation in her home, jumping to homelessness and drug use. I feel like we're missing something here. And as much as I want to give her credit and say that she's, genuinely going through something, which I think she is in a way, I think there's a lot that we're missing here. And I think she's missing a psychological component, a psychological and rational component to deciphering what's going on with her in this moment. And I feel like she's lacked guidance into wading through these issues, and she's kind of just immediately arrived to the conclusion that whatever's going on with her is evil, in a way, evil or harmful. So I'm curious to keep going on with her story.
And one day God did set you free, Jenny, and we're so grateful that you've renounced that and you are a minister of the gospel, an awesome worship leader. I love your testimony, and 700 Club has covers your story quite a bit, and so we're so grateful for that. But Jenny, it's so troubling to see that witchcraft and the occult is really on the rise. I mean, we're seeing it in...
I'm really concerned about people like this describing witchcraft as something synonymous with the occult, because they are two different things. They are not one and the same. They're quite different from each other, and perhaps they have some overlap. But when people say witchcraft and the occult or cults, I kind of lose respect for their understanding of the difference between these things. And I think they have more of an agenda to where they just kind of label anything that's not Christian as something that's evil and satanic.
Stores, we're seeing clothing promoting, hey, I'm a good witch, or I'm a bad witch, Right. We're seeing even witches having workshops and retreats and all these things. Why do you think this has become so much more mainstream, so much more acceptable?
I think media has done a good job of pushing something to the point where it is now normalized, when back in the day, something like that for you and I, it would be shocking to see. And now, because we have shows as early as, daycare age, promoting witchcraft and sorcery, and it's okay, boys and girls, say these spell words with us. And it's so ABC preschool witchcraft that it gets into the hearts and the minds of people, including the...
What shows? What shows are they doing that? What children's shows? She's acting like there's a plethora of children's shows that teaches kids ABC witchcraft. Which ones? What shows are we talking about? What movies and what television shows are being portrayed to children as something that's ABC witchcraft and teaching them witchcraft at the basic levels? What's going on here? I don't understand where these shows are. So I'm like, I'm already out of touch with what they are talking about.
People in church and people who are not really connected with the Lord and don't understand, they're easily deceived. And the Bible talks about even the very elect will be deceived. And so people are going to a whole nother source. That's what they're wanting. They want a healing crystal because they don't understand that Jesus is the healer, and there's no other source that you can go to except through Jesus. And so
Oh, fuck you.
I'm seeing it become very trending on TikTok and things like that. And there's a whole generation of
There's no other source that you can go through healing other than Jesus. What the hell is going on here?
people who I feel like are being rocked to sleep by the enemy. And it's just really time for the church, like what you're doing this interview, to sound the alarm and say, no, we need to wake up and we need to say, this is not right, and it's not for my home, it's not for my kids.
And you know, I believe that a lot of young girls are being targeted because there's this one, apparently she's an influencer on Instagram. Her name is, I think, Brie Luna or something like that. And she partnered with Smashbox, the cosmetics company, and they created a whole cosmetic line using, I think, inspired by crystals.
Right. Yeah, they're pushing the envelope.
Oh no, not a makeup palette inspired by crystals. I mean, I'm a fucking, like, prospector. Look, my roommate, which I am now referring to as the boy is now driving down to southern part of California to prospect for shark teeth. So he is actually going out there and he's going to shovel through pounds of sand to sift out ancient shark teeth. In my experience of being a prospector, I come across all sorts of crystals and gems and things like that. And there's definitely a aspect of this hobby that delves into sort of crystal workers, quote unquote. People who attribute spiritual traits. They attribute spiritual traits to certain kinds of crystals. I'm not into that. I'm not into that at all. But I have to recognize that there's a community there because I'm into the science of these crystals. I'm into the basic foundation and premise of these crystals, like why they are formed and what conditions they are formed under. But never in my life have I ever thought that crystals were something that would actually generate some sort of spiritual turmoil. In fact, the opposite. Anyways, this is ridiculous.
They want to see everything push the envelope. What's trendy? What's really shocking? What's going to get the attention of people? You know, they recreated that movie, The Craft, in 2020.
The Craft. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's still going on the movie The Craft. The movie The Craft? Oh my god, it's a fucking fictional movie. It's a fictional movie. It's not real. Nothing about that movie is real. Nothing about that movie is real witchcraft. It's just a fucking movie. Like, what the fuck are you... This is as fucking frivolous as the people who are getting pissed off at Lord of the Rings for putting out a series where there are black elves. Oh, elves aren't supposed to be black. Who gives a shit? It's a fictional film. It's a fictional film. Oh, we're so mad that our Ariel is like a black mermaid. Who gives a shit? Who gives a fucking flying shit? And if you do, you need help. Sorry, little rant there.
Really?
They recreated the movie and they invited real witches on the set, and they had the witches before they would do a scene to cast spells and then to invite the actresses to come into this circle with them while they were releasing spell words over the viewers and over the scene. And they broadcast it and wrote articles like, isn't this amazing? We're getting real and raw with these real witches. And people are playing it in their home, and it's entertainment. And, you know, Charlene, I always say the first part of entertainment is enter. So be careful what's entering your home.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't have that in my home, but it is definitely a shock factor that our generation is really gravitating towards.
That is so shocking. I didn't know that. We were certainly going to make sure that people are aware of that. I understand, Jenny, that a lot of people are burning sage. What's your take on Christians even burning sage, and what's that supposed to do?
Burning sage is something that I did while I was practicing witchcraft. And when I got into a home with another witch that I lived with, the very first thing that we did as witches is we got bundles of sage from the New Age store.
You have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me about the basic premise of just burning sage. I literally just burned sage in my apartment today. I don't have any, like, spiritual affiliation with it. I just think it smells nice. But I also recognize that burning sage is a symbol of clearing your space. So even though I don't believe in that per se, while I was burning sage to make my home smell nice, I'm just like, you know what? Why don't I just, like, keep in mind to clear the space? You know, it doesn't fucking hurt anything. It's just, like, some intention. I literally burned sage in my place today, and I'm not even a witch. I'm not a fucking practicer of witchcraft or anything like that. I just thought it would smell nice, and, you know, it's like, while I'm at it, like, why not just kind of, like, give in to the idea that I'm clearing my space of all the bullshit.
And we would burn sage to rid the house of evil. And so we would go in the corners and rid the house of evil. And I never thought in a million years that I would see Christians doing it. I thought it in my day, I thought this is just what witches do. This is what people in the occult world do. This is what people in the New Age world do. And now there's so much mixture and it's passed down information that people don't know the origins. And it's really from, if we go all the way back, we can see that it is steeped in witchcraft where you're communicating with spirits, you're communicating with the dead, and you're trying to push these things back. But the only thing that will do that, the only thing that gets rid of evil is the spirit of our God.
Amen.
Period.
Amen.
And so
my
I
God.
personally don't
Really?
practice that. I don't come in partnership with that. I don't recommend it for anybody. If you're trying to clean your house, and get some Lysol. And if you want the evil to go, call on the name of Jesus.
Amen. Anoint your house with some holy anointed oil that's been prayed over in the name of Jesus. That's right.
That's right.
So, Jenny, what are some other red flags that people should look for that something may actually be occultic or witchcraft?
Well, we're seeing a rise of the, like I said earlier, healing crystals. Crystals that give you energy.
Oh my God,
And
crystals.
when I have conversations with Christians, their genuine question to me is, well, didn't God make this? So isn't it okay? And I just want to caution people that just because something is here and it is made, like, for instance, I can make drugs here. Drugs are on the earth. That doesn't mean that I should be partaking in it and putting it in my body.
Absolutely.
And so we need to be careful that we are going to the source. We're seeing healing crystals. We're seeing people wearing these third eye necklaces. We're seeing people that are channeling their energy and chakras and people communicating with ancestors and getting their ancestors' spirits to give them power. I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking about, I'm having conversations with Christians who are doing these things. Dabbling in things that the origins of the event, like the event that we have coming up this weekend, Halloween, dabbling in these origins, where the origins, when you go back, you can't separate that it was steeped and done in witchcraft and the demonic realm. And so I would just caution people, just be mindful of what's coming into your home through movies, music, entertainment. You know, I went to the store that's a very popular store, and I even hate to say their name, but
when she talks about be careful of movies, after just talking about Halloween, I'm thinking about the movie like Charlie Brown and the Great Pumpkin. Imagine watching Charlie Brown and the Great Pumpkin and like imagining that as like the ultimate form of witchcraft. Just, the Great Pumpkin is gonna come and get you. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on. The Great Pumpkin. Charlie Brown and the Great Pumpkin. All right, here we go.
It was Marshalls. And I was just blown away that Marshalls had actual witchcraft books. Like, oh, you can come in here and you can do a spell, and then you can get this sage, and you can get these healing. It was like a whole kit.
Oh, stop
and they're selling it like it's a holiday kit that you would buy someone. And so it's really starting to be very mainstream, and I just feel like the church needs to be aware that we need to stay away from all things. The Bible says to stay away from those things of darkness.
I think the church, in what you consider the church to be in any sense, is well aware of the popularization of witchcraft, considering that they fucking smothered that themselves to begin with.
But rather expose them, not to partake in them.
What's your advice to people who, Christians perhaps, and others, who have dabbled in these sorts of things but really didn't understand the real danger involved with those things? What's your advice to them? What should they do?
Yeah, I would absolutely say have a conversation with the Lord. Always going to the Lord and saying, Father, I'm just asking you to cleanse me, wash me clean. God, I don't know if what I dabbled in, if that was okay or not, but I just want to make sure, God, that I'm right with you. And I ask you to rid me of any connection to anything in the demonic realm, the occult realm, or New Age practices. God, I want to follow your...
What happened in your life throughout these experiences that led you to conflate witchcraft with occultism and New Ageism? Granted that there is some overlap between those things, but it's interesting to me that she's like conflating all these things together when she's claiming to be sort of like an ex-witch. Well, what kind of witch were you? Like, how much experience do you have? Like, what kind of things did you teach? Because when I see a witch who's like this, who's like, I'm an ex-witch, and now I'm calling upon God and Jesus to heal me. Like, it's like, what happened? What happened to you in that instance where you decided to switch over? What happened to you?
Truth. And so just having that conversation with the Lord and then purposing in your heart that you're going to ask the Holy Spirit for guidance everywhere that you go. We are getting a lot through our eye gate. We're getting a lot through our ears, what we hear, what we see all the time, asking the Lord, God, I need your protection today. I want to know the truth. And then if you have dabbled in things like, I have had to do this. I have dabbled in things, not dabbled. I was fully immersed in them. I've had to say, I renounce all occult practices. I renounce the craft. I renounce witchcraft. I renounce all the perversion that came with it. And
I can't
cling
take you
to the Lord.
seriously.
The Lord is my master. He's the Lord of my life. And I declare this day that I only serve and follow Jesus. And you make those declarations, and the Bible says you can decree a thing and it will be established so that his light will shine on your ways. And so I absolutely would go to the Lord, repent for knowingly or unknowingly participating in something that would be considered witchcraft.
Would you take a moment, Jenny, and just pray for those who will see this interview?
Oh no, please
and
don't
lead
pray.
them in
Please.
Yes. Father, in the name of Jesus, God, we come to you and we ask you, Lord, that your hand would continuously rest on us. Father, we repent right now by the name of Jesus Christ for any involvement in the occult and new age, in witchcraft practices. Father, we just repent right now. God, we're asking that you would wash us clean. Father, we say, come and take over. Holy Spirit, lead us and guide us in all truth. And in the name of Jesus Christ, we break every bit of witchcraft, every spell, every hex, every vex, every incantation, all sorcery, all magic, all voodoo. It is broken now by the precious blood of Jesus. We decree and declare that our bloodline is saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost. And in Jesus' name, we will walk in your truth from this day forward. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen and amen.
This is sort of a subject where I think I'm going to tread lightly on, and I'm going to just say this briefly because I don't think this is a conversation that I know enough about to talk about. But there's something that makes me uncomfortable with the idea of black people giving into Christianity, because I feel like Christianity in its nature and at its core was used to enslave black people. That's all I'm going to say about that. I think that's a conversation that's not meant for me to have. But that's something I think about. It's definitely something I think about. Anyways, let's kind of like start closing it off tonight. It's getting late, but I'm still up for live streaming. So at this point, we're just gonna watch whatever makes us laugh. So I think we need a little bit of a palate cleanser. I'm just gonna look up things randomly and just shit that makes us laugh. Something that's made me laugh recently is Marjorie Taylor Greene calls for decorum in like the main representative room, and it's a really funny situation because like people like laugh at her. Anyways, check this out.
Woman's call. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican Congresswoman, temporarily presided over the House of Representatives yesterday. And she made an attempt to quiet the chamber by calling for decorum. Here's how Democrats responded.
The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House. The House will be in order.
Yeah, as you heard, the Georgia Congresswoman's calls for composure were met with a burst of prolonged laughter. It comes just months.
It's so funny.
The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House.
I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. No, I tell you,
The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House.
Marjorie Taylor Greene saying like the members are reminded to abide by the decorum of House, and they fucking laugh at her ass. Like, lady, you know nothing about decorum.
The House will be in order.
Nope.
The House will be in order. The members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House.
It's just, it's so funny. Like, everybody just roars with laughter after she said that. Like, members are reminded to abide by decorum of the House. Like, all the fucking Democrats are like, bitch! This bitch! This bitch! Alright, let me use the bathroom and then we're gonna look up. I think we should do maybe like do not laugh challenge or something like that. Let's do that and then we'll call it a night. We might get a little crazy. I don't know. Nah. Not Marjorie. Oh my god. Alright. So, my friends, I've pretty much run out of content to watch. So we are in our final goblin hour, as I like to call it, goblin hour. This is where, like, I am unhinged. Like, there is no reasoning beyond here, beyond this point. We are now into goblin mode. We are now into the hysterics, my friends. Let's see. Do not laugh challenge. So, in this final Goblin Hour, we are going to watch random funny videos. I have a little glass full of whiskey here. If I laugh, I have to take a sip from this whiskey. This is going to last about 10, 20, maybe 30 minutes, and then we're going to sign off for the night. So the goal is that we're going to watch a bunch of funny videos, and we're going to see if I laugh. The goal is like, do not laugh challenge. If I laugh, I have to take a sip of whiskey. Alright? Do we got it? Do we got it? Do we got the challenge here? Do we get what we're doing? It's Goblin Hour. Goblin Hour. Get the purple demon faces for Goblin Hour. Goblin Hour. Demon faces for Goblin Hour. It's Goblin Hour, my friends. And we'll watch a couple, not just one. Like, we'll watch a couple here. Let's see. I can do it. Mark, what are you cheering me on for? I can do what? Not laugh? This is going to be impossible for my ass because I am too easily amused. I am too easily amused. I laugh at everything, okay? If you have been a fan of me for this long, you know that I laugh at the dumbest fucking shit. So I cannot drink. So, okay, so just so you know, it's just this much whiskey. I'm not trying to kill myself here. Like, but it is, you know, it's enough. It's enough. All right. All right. I got 3 videos lined up. We're going to do this, okay? Let's do it. Does snorting count? Like, if I snort, like, if I don't actually laugh, if I'm like, you know, like through the nose, like, does that actually count? Does snorting count? Or does it have to be like a full laughter? Like, what are the rules here? Should it be a full laughter? line of coke if you snort? I don't do coke. I tried it once, okay? Once! But should it be like a full out laugh? Is that when I should take like the drink? Okay. Full laugh. Full laugh gets a drink. Okay, let's do it. Alright? We got 3 video... 3... Sorry. Hold on. So I got 3 videos lined up. Each video is roughly 10 minutes. So we got like 30 minutes of like funnies going on here. Let's see if we can get a good hearty laugh out of me.
Get a little feeling to it, you feel me?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry. Alright, I get a drink. It's just like an old man, like, fucking not knowing where the fuck to go. I gotta rewind that. That's good. That got me. Okay. It's the fucking awkward socks and Crocs. Okay, I get a drink. Okay, here we go. Oof. Oh, I don't like that. Ugh. That's too much.
I can't. Paige, I can't.
Girl, what is you doing? Oh my god. What is you doing?
Where's Raina? Ah! Oh, real egg. Oh my god, it's on my leg. It just busted. Good. Push! Somebody's going down.
Oh, 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 oh.
Yeah.
Great.
Are you taping this?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where is he?
I don't know. Oh, he better not fall out right here in the middle.
That's where you are.
Okay, that got me. Surprise! Surprise! Fucking. What was that? Was like a possum. That was funny. Her fucking scratches were fucking funny. All right. Okay. Just another sip. Yep. I have to take a sip. Okay. I'm taking a tiny sip.
Oh, he better not fall out right here in the middle.
This is funny.
That's where you are.
Baby hits a fly ball. That's good by the left fielder. Baby.
No, it's bad.
Renee.
Yeah.
Turn. Turn.
Turn. Turn.
Burn.
Turn. Oh.
Bajo la pierna.
You're my contractor?
Uh-huh. Everything's under control. Don't worry about nothing. I'm gonna take a nap.
Get out a seatbelt for me. Help! Mom, I'm not gonna help you.
Nothing punches.
It's slippery.
Are you serious? Is this for real?
Babe, really?
America.
What did you do? What happened?
Marissa, help me, I'm stuck.
What happened? Did you learn your lesson and not to do this?
Whoops. Girl. Girl. Girl, the mud. Girl. Girl.
My soulmate.
All right, here she goes, feeding the tarpon. You can't.
Oh my god. What the fuck just snatched that?
Hey, there you go.
I don't know, really, you're gonna ride your motorcycle in boat shoes? Like, really? Like your fucking flip-flops? Like, that's just any dickhole that, like, rides a motorcycle in their flip-flops or boat shoes. Immediately sus. Immediately sus. Sit, Grandma.
Hold on to that bar. Now swing your body back.
Damn it! Damn it! I didn't want to laugh at that one. Damn it! I'm mad. I'm mad that I laughed at that. It wasn't even that funny. Okay, another sip. I didn't even want to laugh at that. That wasn't even in my plan. The fuck?
It's so weird that these went from white to purple. I didn't do it.
Oh my god, what was that?
Get her, get her, get her. Oh!
Alice, going. Go!
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my
Turn your water off. Bro, turn your water off. You can turn your water off from the outside.
Go. You okay?
Mommy, I'm thinking I'm a pet.
Oh no. No. Keep your face away. No, yep. I'm sorry. Those motherfucking llamas, alpacas, I don't care what the fuck they are. They will, if they're like in your face, chomping like that, they're gonna spit in your face. They spit in your face. They just do that. They just naturally spit in your face. You know those people that go through drive-through, like, zoo shit? It's like, oh, the alpaca or the fucking, like, llama is here to, like, eat some chow. Like, nope, I'm gonna wear a full fucking face visor. That shit is spraying in your face. Straight up, it's hocking a loogie right up your fucking throat.
Head start.
Did he just hiss? Lord, he looks like a daggum alligator.
Like a goddamn... what is that? Oh, wait, what is that? Dude, are those iguanas? Dude, I think those are iguanas. Those are straight up like iguana, like big ass iguanas.
Just hiss. Lord, he looks like a daggum alligator. Look at that.
That was right at the end. That was straight up like an iguana that just like ran at her ass. What the fuck? Do I get to see? I was like right at the last stand there. I swear. No, come on. That was right at the end. Did you not see that big ass, like, fucking iguana? Like, I gotta drink to that. The iguana. Oh my god. Those are like... Okay, so the iguanas are like the chihuahuas of lizards. I fucking hate them. They're so... I don't like them. I'm sorry. I don't like iguanas. They eat too much, and they're really fucking moody. And they could just hate you. And so I don't like them. This whiskey is not that good. I don't think I'm gonna get this again. Oh. You ruined your lawnmower. No. What in the redneck shit is this?
Whoa!
Oh.
Go.
You can do it. Yes, 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 yes. Are you okay?
Nope. Oh, you fucked that up. I'm gonna tell you right here and now, if you happen to see your car being towed away, let it go. I have seen so many cars towed. It's not even funny. It's a part of my job where, like, I have to tow cars off the street if they are still there when I have to run a farmer's market on said street. So, there's a certain point where I have to call the tow company and they have to come and tow cars away. And I can't tell you how much you're gonna make it worse if you try to jump in your car and drive it away while it's rigged to the fucking tow truck. Okay? You're gonna make it way worse for yourself. Alright? If you park somewhere on a street, look at the signs. Look at the signs that tells you the parking hours. Okay? Do that. Study it. It's gonna save you a lot of headache in the future. I've had my car towed before, and it's like fucking... I had my car towed once in my area, and by the end of it all, it cost me $250. $250 for me on my salary, which is none. I don't have a salary. I have hourly. But like $250 to get my car out of a fucking tow yard was fucking impossible. It sucked so fucking bad. Please, don't park anywhere nilly-willy and don't read the signs. Like, don't make it worse for yourself. Don't get towed. I'm telling you right now. Do not get towed. Whoops.
Making his way into second base, trying to stretch out his left hamstring, it looks like.
Girl,
Was that a frozen branded car? Oh no. Nope.
Let's go.
Come on, Mom.
You're mean. Get me out. What did you do? I gotta get. Oh,
Come
this
here.
is hilarious.
Turn the car off.
She gonna park. We got a little gas. Little gas. Little gas. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Oh, she's doing good. Oh, and stop, stop. Oh, oh. Oh my God. He thinks he's going
Oh, I
home
lost
today.
on that one.
I think not.
Alright, sip to that.
He can't even get out of the drive very well.
No, that's not. Bro. Come on. Oh no.
Lord, help us all.
Lord, help us all.
Well, that didn't work.
Dang, you missed that so much.
Here's
Come
the
on.
graceful. He's okay. Ready, set, go.
Big truck crabs.
Here, I come.
Why did they lift her up like that?
Door wide open. Oh my God, they're moving.
I'm telling you right now, there's so much more of this that I wanted to laugh at, but I'm just like, I'm really holding it in. Like, this is actually really hard. There's a lot of funny shit going on here. Oh. No. What?
Okay, here he goes. Fly! Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, these are the guys I was talking about that driving. They have no license. I don't know. You got a license? No. No licenses. All of you guys.
Who's got all of those retrievers?
You guys cannot both ride in the front seat. One of you has to go in the back. I don't care who it is. Greta or Reba, somebody has to go in back.
The only car can lower the other drive.
She ain't even driving it, tell ya.
Who got that? Did anybody? Get off my car! Get off my car!
There's a bonus round. There's something about, like, cops, like, when they, like, face turkeys. That's, like, really funny to me. So, if you don't know, turkeys are really fucking hardcore. I am terrified of turkeys. Turkeys are really fucking mean birds, and they don't give a shit about you. So, I love these kind of, like, videos where, like, turkeys come across, like cops. It's really fucking funny. So this cop is coming onto the road to try and shoo the turkeys away from the road, and it does not go according to plan, and it's so fucking funny.
No, thanks. Hey, go home. Go home. Go home. Go. Hey, get back.
No, this doesn't count. Okay, because he actually has to, like, whip out his cop baton, like his fucking, like, beating stick as a cop to, like, fucking, like, ward off these goddamn turkeys. It's so fucking funny.
Hey. Go ahead. Get out of the road. I think I'll be okay.
I love that he's, like, laughing during it, too. Like, what do you do? Like, it's just the fucking dumb turkeys.
Hey, get back. Ah! Get back. Get back.
I love this because he's not trying to hurt them, right? Like, he's not trying to, like, beat them. He's just like, go away. Like, go. Like, go on, get. Like, you dumb turkeys. Like, he's not trying to hurt him. He's just like, go away. Get. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Like everything you do, the turkeys are like, what? What?
You guys get out of the road.
We just get out of the road.
Nah, I stopped the car and they decided to trap them, so now they're trying to give me cuddles. Hey, take it easy,
Give me
brother.
cuddles.
Hey, get back! Get back! Come on!
Get
out of the road! Get out of the road! Get out of the road! Come on!
I mean, like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? It's so funny. Have you ever seen, like, No Ticket Turkey? Like, this turkey actually, like, prevented somebody from getting a ticket.
I stopped you for your speed right over here. Okay.
No Ticket Turkey.
Oh, I'm gonna come over there again. Here.
Again, I love it. I love it when they, like, whip out the baton. Like, they're just like, they don't actually beat the turkeys. They're just like, they just whip out the baton to just, like, have a stick to, like, poke at him. Like, get away. Get away, you silly turkeys.
You're not getting a ticket. He don't want you to get a ticket. He's vicious.
No, straight up, that cop actually let that guy go. He's like, I was pulling you over for a speeding ticket, but this turkey is so fucking aggressive, like just get out of here. So that's why they call it, like, the no-ticket turkey. Like...
It's a turkey, not a tiger.
Yeah, it's gonna scratch, dude. Have you hunted turkey before?
It's a turkey, not a tiger.
I want the gloves and the net, though, is what I'm saying. Because when I go in there, I want to be able to, like, get it.
It's a turkey, not a tiger.
Yeah, it's gonna scratch, dude. Have you hunted turkey before? To be honest, I don't really know what to do afterwards, though. No, I'm just saying, like, once we catch it, I'm saying, like, do we just release it?
Came through a window, broke the window completely out. That's why I was called.
I don't know, dude. Turkeys can be kind of gnarly sometimes.
Birds are scary.
Let's see what we got here.
These grown-ass men, like, birds are scary. Turkeys can get gnarly, like... It's a turkey, not a tiger.
I see it.
Oh, no.
How big is it?
I think it's doable.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. It's
walking around.
It's not a tom, so that's good.
No. Oh, no. No.
Alright, should we just go in at it?
No, I would leave. I would immediately leave. I am not fucking with a turkey. Not fucking with a turkey, I'm sorry. They will ruin your fucking day.
What are you hiding over there for?
You got the gloves and the net. Come on, let's go.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, we needed 2 of these, Brady.
Get it or not?
Got in one room.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's just these white-ass police officers just, like, totally dumbfounded by a fucking turkey and trapped in an apartment. These white-ass boys. This is so fucking funny. This is hilarious. This is the funniest thing all night. Okay, no, exactly, Mark. Why do you not call animal control? Where's animal control in all this? Like, what the fuck is going on? Isn't there some, like, wildlife animal control going on? Like, this is so silly. I can't even. Okay. Whew. Alright, here we go.
In that room. We need another gnat. Because I'm useless.
Got him.
Hey! Well done.
Alright, now I just don't know what to do.
How far down is it? I mean, we're on the 2nd floor.
Oh, God. Oh, it burst through the window.
It's probably not mega suitable to just,
I got him. Hold on. Brady, hold on to this.
Where's animal control?
Alright, let's go outside.
Okay. We got her. That's what you get.
We got her.
Let her up.
Well, I think I have to untangle it a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. It'll burst free. You'll figure it out.
It's alright, buddy.
There you go. Well done.
Whew.
Imagine calling the police for a fucking turkey in your apartment. Oh my god. Okay. Ooh. That doesn't count. Okay, that doesn't count. Okay, we still got time left. Here we go.
I don't... Birdie!
go. Whoop.
Is there something wrong with this windshield wiper?
No, that's keeping the license plate clean.
An outhouse with the toilet paper flying. We're in a small country town in Colorado, and this is what we see.
Drop my gun.
Whoops.
Hey, God. The boat.
Oh, derailed.
J-Mo, let me see your foot. Jackson, let me see your foot.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's a nice day out. Gotta make the most of it. Hey, sorry.
Whoa, what the bitch?
Sit down.
Oh, lost. Got a drink. We just saw that one. We just saw these. We just saw that. We just saw this. We just saw all these.
J-Mo, let me see your foot. Jackson, let me see your foot.
We just saw all these. That doesn't make sense. Why would you show all of this twice? Okay, last one. Alright, this is the last one, and then we are going to sign off for the night.
Are you ready?
No, Joe, I'm not doing that.
Don't
You're
worry,
gonna
don't
kill me.
Don't worry.
I don't like this.
3, 2, 1.
Ah!
Taco for dog. Are you
Damn it.
Listen
with your cat? Wow. That's impressive. Oh my god, are you here in my live stream right now? Please hit the like. We are in our final hour and I am doing the laugh challenge. Every time I laugh, I take a sip of whiskey and then I go to bed. What?
Hakuna Matata. Una forma de vivir, sí. Hakuna.
Damn it! I can't believe I laughed at that. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, don't do it, man. Like oh my god. I'm sorry. Seagulls, birds, you know, people don't realize this, but birds are very opportunistic and they will shovel down their gullet whatever they can. Whatever they can. Including other creatures. This is like, yeah, this is like seagulls in a nutshell. There we go. Yep, full rat. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Well, no more juice.
Már is megyek, rendben. Vissza.
Damn it. Okay, there's 5 more minutes left of this video. Hold on. I gotta go to the bathroom. That's kind of a funny place to pause, huh? Anyways, alright, final hour.
You're actually pretty good. Hey, calm down. Calm down. Ow. Yeah, how'd that feel? Ow! My pinky! Ow!
Alright, sip.
The 2-week-old unrefrigerated pie. Long ways to drive.
Fuck with me, I turn this bitch to Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Headshot, turn your head to sushi. Yeah, spend 10 racks at Louis. Got your bitch up in the movie, watch it do me. Fuck with me, I turn this bitch to Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Headshot, turn your head to sushi. Yeah, spend 10 racks at Louis.
No, nope, not happy. Not happy.
Okay.
Snuffle.
You staring at, bro? Oh, now you want to look away.
Why are you blue?
your fucking head, you little dummy.
Oh, come on.
Ma'am?
Whoops.
Huh? You think you're tough?
Eso, Tiling. Eso, Tiling. Vaya,
What?
Tiling. Wow, Tiling. A la mierda, Tiling. Eso, Tiling. Eso.
Okay, I got a drink.
Oh my god, dude. You're stuck.
Okay, stop! Look, it's
Oh, why do you always do
Just chill, baby. You're acting like it's real.
Why don't have one off?
You know, it's interesting what kinds of things bring to mind.
Hi, I recently.
So, okay, my friends, we are at the point where we are going to sign off for the night. Either I could, I don't know. I could either sign off and call it quits, or I could watch another 8 minutes, I guess, of, like, funnies. So, like, you tell me, like, what do I do? Should I sign off? Should we say goodnight? Or shall I watch a little bit more? Sign off or watch a little bit more. "8 more minutes," says Cassie. Okay. Alright, my friends. We will watch just a little bit more. And then we are going to say goodnight because I want to eat macaroni and cheese and go to bed. You know I want to. Yeah, you know, I wouldn't have offered it if I didn't know I want to. These are kind of funny. Alright? Okay. But just so you know, this is Goblin Hour. I'm no longer offering anything of value. I am just raw reacting to funny shit. And, you know, after this, I'm gonna eat some macaroni and cheese. And I'm gonna go to bed. Let's do this.
Saw a very strange meme. The cat has a shaved head. I was looking for information why the cat had his head shaved. I found the answer. Florida man break into house, shave the cat's head, and leave without stealing anything. There are a lot of funny comments below the article. So I decided to draw a poke cat. Please watch the video until the end and subscribe to my channel. Thank you for watching.
What? far from. I am so removed from this. I don't know. Anyways.
Happy Friday. Unfortunately for you, you're about to lose this challenge. Get him in the face.
No, I don't want to watch other people react to this. I want to react to it myself. That's funny.
Taser, taser, taser.
Those kids are so proud of themselves. Bitch. Oh.
I didn't far enough. Oh no. Okay, I gotta ask you all, like, how good are you with roller coasters? Because I love roller coasters. Like, they're so much fun. Like, do you like roller coasters? Like, does that actually, like, resonate with you? Or are you, like, terrified of those? Like, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know.
Elise says it depends on the coaster. Liz says like. I personally love roller coasters. I think it's very thrilling. Like, you know, it's just like it's a lot of fun. Cassie says, I fucking hate roller coasters. Laura says, nope, not doing it. Katrina says, I love them. I tend to like roller coasters. I am that friend who will ask you to come onto the roller coaster with me. Totally. Even if you're afraid. I'm gonna ask you to come with me. Alright?
Okay. Wait! Wait. It's okay. Go down. Dude, are you okay? I've got it on video. What the?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. What do you do?
I do parkour.
What do you do?
I do parkour.
You do?
I do parkour.
Get it!
You just totally spilt your whole fucking pizza on the floor.
That's an A.
How do you say flower in Chinese?
Fa.
And how do you say bridge in Chinese?
Q.
So how do you say flower bridge in Chinese?
You.
So how do you say it?
You.
No. Flower bridge.
Yeah, you.
The fuck? What happened to that child?
Yeah.
It don't. It don't go down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
Oh!
Bitch!
Please, Robert, please don't do that.
Does that mean I'm a vampire?
Hey, thanks Vegeta for the super chat. I love that emoji. Oh. You're not doing it. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. No, you didn't do it. Come on.
So.
Giant! It's a giant!
Fällt die heute nicht fett, das holt es mal ein bisschen nach. Wallah.
All those kids giggling is so funny.
Fight's breaking out!
Oh my god. I would freak.
Wow!
Hi, baby. Who's a good sheep? Who's a good boy? You're so cute. Look at him looking at me. Good boy. You're a good boy. Oh.
Ooh, what? Oh my god. No, come on now. What?
You got that? You got that?
Oh no.
I got it! I got it!
Get this off me, please.
I don't know, just put it on. Like, try to go start at the top.
I did.
All the way at the top. Like, don't go back! Ow! Oh my god! Sorry. I don't think this is...
Anyways. So, hey, everybody, I hope you have a good weekend. I'm going to fuck off, and I'm going to go eat macaroni and cheese right now. And enjoy the rest of my evening. Thank you so much for joining me today on Friday Night Chat. And, hey, I'll see you next week. And, thank you everybody who purchased the new shirt. Means a lot to me. And, yeah. Anyways. Hey. Good night, everybody. I will see you soon. Good night, good night, good night. Good night. Let's do the, coming and hanging out with us tonight. Thank you so much to our moderators, Kasky, Mark, and Philip, who joined us tonight. Thank you so much for everybody that stuck out with us. Fachita, Flower Dragon, Laura, thank you so much for coming. Elise, Cassidy, Tyler, Yoga Nature, Liz Leaf, Katrina, good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Good night. Good to see you. We will see you next week, my friends. We will see you next week, my friends. Next Friday. Let's do it. Good night, everyone.